Thanks, Isaiah.
Thanks, Isaiah.
Hell yeah.
We're live. Welcome back. Time to color. Who would like to give a recap of our? Actually, we have a few. No, yeah. Someone give the recap, and then we have some RPs that did end, but I have no TLDRs. So if people want credit, you're gonna have to give a on-the-spot TLDR. But who wants to give a recap of last session?
Well, I can do it unless someone else wants to.
Translation. I had one of those
Yeah,
in a while.
translation. A translation brought to you by Leto because Leto sent me the TLDR, but it's full on hero voice.
Shout out.
Shout out to Leto. I will not take credit for your work.
We like our note takers. Respect. All right. What happened last time on Hunter Killer?
All right. Last time on Hunter Killer, we had some side session conversations because it was more so a little roleplay moment. Vale had checked in on the Despair Knight, and they update each other on their life events. Really, kind of had those one-on-one conversations that they kind of needed to have, especially related to their relationship. Hinatori had a one-on-one with Hiroshi, and heir to the Spider Clan to see if they could align on their goals and intentions. Seems like they are on the same page now. We will see how that goes later. And Glitch talked to his brother, Luca, and really was checking in on his mental health and kind of talking about all the life events that have been happening lately. It was very sweet, very, very concerning for each other's mental well-being. And then lastly, the session was capped off with Glitch having a very alarming dream where he witnessed something take Agent Kingsley, a Bermuda agent, that apparently no one remembers, and there's no evidence of him existing at all. But Tommy remembers. So that's where we left off. This is a fun little mystery. As I found this is horrifying to Tommy.
Do y'all know what she's talking about? Agent Kingsley.
I've never heard of Agent Kingsley, honestly.
Yeah, that's a weird note to read out.
Make up an OC on the spot.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
Kingsley's a pretty cool name, though. I respect it. That'd be a cool backup character.
He's a pretty sick guy. I can't wait for you guys to remember him.
I don't know what show to talk about, but anyway. Good recap. Let's see. We have some text RPs that did finish, so let's go through those chronologically. Pagan's Prophets Process.
Hell yeah.
Between Bulldog and Faith. A little summary of that.
Willow went to visit Milo the day after the Christmas party. They talked a lot, caught up, did some training together in the gymnasium before Milo asked a few questions regarding the Father of Understanding, and Willow gave some cryptic answers. Afterwards, they went and performed a blood ritual. Faith carved runes into Milo's armor. Milo performed a very gratuitous and over-the-top blood sacrifice, forging his first overt connection to the gods through his sacrifice, and solidifying his friendship with Willow.
It was pretty raw. Man really cut himself down from the fucking palm to his forearm. Shit was metal as fuck.
You need someone to hurt himself unnecessarily. Milo's your guy.
Right.
Milo needs therapy.
He is taking it. We hope.
Milo needs more.
True. All right. Both of you may take an inspiration die, or choose one of you to get a hero point.
May I have this hero point? I asked him mildly.
Thank you.
Take your hero point.
Many thanks.
Next, we have Temper between Bulldog and Vale.
That's over?
Is that over? No, it's not. Correction.
No, not quite. Not quite. Next week, yes, probably.
Yeah.
I'm just terrible with responding. My apologies later.
In which case,
No worries.
No, literally me too.
in which case, That is it. That is all the RPs we've finished in the last month.
Hey, man.
Excellent.
My hero.
Busy time. Busy time.
I will say, Sam, before we get into the session proper, should Bulldog make his con save?
Yeah, let's start us off with a con save from Bulldog. It'd be...
For what?
You
Day
said
number
it...
Why?
6, I believe. Oh, no, it's about 8 days. Day number 8, I think.
You can go a week without eating, right? 3 plus your con mod. What's your con mod?
I think... Oh, are you talking realistically or in
In the game.
D&D terms?
In D&D terms.
Gotcha.
What's your con mod?
I am not supposed to ask about that.
Constitution
Of course, he did not
modifier.
answer the question.
Am I muted? Hello? Do you have me low?
No, you're not. I hear you.
Hello.
I'm here.
Alfredo.
Alfredo, what's
I'm here.
Bulldog's constitution
His con or his constitution save?
Modifier.
modification?
3.
6 days. You're at day 8?
Yes. He
It
is
would
at day
be-
8.
DC 17. Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Well, I need that.
I just
Shit!
starting off with a crit is crazy.
Romeo,
Oh,
100.
crit. I can't even see because there's a fucking Firefox notification blocking the
Oh
goddamn-
my god.
I'm glad to hear it, though.
Romeo D100.
Okay. If I
So
can...
bad. Fuck.
You know we're starting
Yeah.
off hot. Come on now.
Ah, for fuck.
New day, new aura.
Okay,
No, I hope that's roll 20. You better treat me this nice too. I can't have heart. I swear to God.
Quality, man.
33.
You know, that is hilarious. It is the transmutation surges. Okay.
What does that do? I have an inkling, but enlighten me.
You add a +2 to all con checks, including your con modifier.
Fuck yeah.
Say that will last until you fail a Constitution saving throw or a Constitution check.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Man, I'm bad at just not eat in general. Who needs food?
The hell?
The muscle mass this man's about to lose.
Yo, he about to become
Oh
a
my God.
scrawny man.
Oh, he's gonna look like that fucking panel of the Immortal Hulk.
You're gonna be lean as fuck.
It's gonna look like Superman in that one fucking movie.
I love how non-specific that is.
If you know, you know. I'll find it.
Really?
Alrighty. So there were some weekend activities that were performed in light of the New Year's weekend. You guys were granted a 72-hour pass. I believe most of Domino, if not all of Domino, did agree to spend New Year's together. Very sweet, very cute. I don't know if things were finalized and what they all did together, but I remember 2 ideas that were pitched where they go pre-game at the Laugher and or just spend New Year's at the Laugher. And then the day after, people go either their separate ways or go sledding. They go like snowboarding because people wanted to do that.
Hell yeah.
Are there any objections or to saying that's canon? People got turned up on New Year's at the Laugher and the next day went sledding.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, no complaints. No complaints. Still fits into my schedule.
All right, no objections, so we'll solidify that. Everyone who
Presentation
posted,
today is incredible.
oh, it's going great. Everyone who posted a weekend plan, you get your inspiration die. I think I checkmarked everyone who posted their thing. Some fun stuff.
That's rough, girl.
Tough for you.
I beg of you,
forgot
Sam,
about it.
please help me add this con mod.
I'll put it in your sheet. Yeah.
Thank you. I've written down. I don't know if I can put it.
Gotcha. So, New Year's passes, the reign of the new decade, 2050 has arrived. There is a just vibe shift, really across the board. The news starts talking differently, politicians start moving differently, people in the city start moving differently. It feels like, yeah, it's a new decade. We're in the 50s. We're officially in the 50s. And we all remember how the last 50s went, right? That was great. 100 years ago, shit was popping, right? So it's got to be great now. Ahaha.
What do you have to say about this, Cyrus? What do you have to say about this?
Cyrus.
Cyrus specifically, what do you have to say about the 2050s?
And when people want to speak,
That has to be racially motivated.
I was like, when was the civil rights movement? Why was that such a targeted? A specific target.
Unfortunately, Cyrus would probably actually be too young to know or care.
Who was not paying attention or reading U.S. history.
Yeah, I promise you, those Florida schools did not teach him. I promise you, he taught himself whatever he knows currently. They were just in the room with him when he did it. All right. Well, New Year has arrived. Weekend comes and goes. Monday arrives. It is January 2nd or 3rd, one or the other. I forget.
it is the 3rd.
3rd. Domino is reconvening in the briefing room in the embassy to discuss their plans for the upcoming ambassadorship meetings. The vote is to take place on the 7th. So you guys have a few more days left before that is passing. You have this last opportunity, attempt to try and sway the vote one way or another. Everyone arrives in the meeting room, gets themselves seated. There's coffee, there's little breakfast snacks and such. Whooper finds himself a nice little sink to turn on and just splash in, because Whooper.
Because Whooper.
Everyone,
Look at him.
splish splash. Whooper.
Sorry.
And we'll begin our session. Everyone gets situated, gets seated. Templar looks towards the table. Hope everyone enjoyed their weekend. She eyes a few people, specifically looking at Faith and Vale and Sebastian.
I had a great time.
How did those two get up to together?
Love to hear it. Anyone want to share what they've done before we get started with our meeting? Any weekend
you?
plans? I had nothing outstanding to report, which for me is a great thing. I had a wonderful time.
Ouch. Bolo just looks at those who were mentioned.
I canonically have nothing to report yet.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure people will have stories to share later. Or some alcohol, perhaps. Well, let's get started with our meeting then. We have 3 more ambassadorships meeting lined up before us. It is possible we may not need to meet with Chancellor Bergman if we can secure these next 2 votes. If we feel confident following those meetings, we would have the majority. So let's start off with securing these more difficult angles. We can always fall back on Bergman if things don't feel like they're lining up for us. Let's start with General Julie DeLeo. What have you guys collected on her? done your research, you've done your investigations. What do we know?
She's French.
That's good. Someone should write that down.
I. We got a few things on her. She seems very concerned with humanity's survival versus supernatural and alien threats.
Hmm.
It also seems to be a bit of a control freak. Very domineering personality. She tends to command a room.
And a few rooms I've been with her, I can confirm that is quite true.
I still think most of this could have been summarized with a she's French angle.
You've never met a submissive French woman?
Never. Have you? If you
Boba
have,
slowly turns his head to Cordelia, but says nothing.
There's a very
In
still
the same direction away from him.
looking straight at Bulldog. Her eyes like go to the left side of her skull, looking at Cordelia, but never her head never actually turns.
Ooh. No,
Do I look to the
think-
ceiling?
Bulldog tilts his head and just mouths French American though, and like,
Damn, not the American balancing out.
I see.
She was just
The American makes her submissive. I see. I will
makes
get back
me
to
like
you with a report if I do encounter one. You were saying, Vale.
Yes, and then another thing is that apparently Walton Industries owns like half of De Leon Industries, so fair to even chance that Alistar Walton will also be at this meeting.
She smiles at that. That'll be fun. Not many opportunities to speak with the man who, well, looks at the table, writes our checks. Anything useful for this meeting? Anything leaning in their personality traits? Anything that we might use to our advantage, or things we may want to avoid so we do not tip the scales against us?
she likes details and preparedness, you know. So if we go to her, we should have a list of something knocked up, hopefully. Also, information and gossip, so they kind of go hand in hand. Apparently, she also likes groveling, but she doesn't like complaining and whining. So I'm not even sure if that's something is worth pursuing, considering there's a pretty thin gap between the two.
Groveling and complaining. I can see the line there. Guess it would depend on what exactly you're groveling about. If you're... I don't believe it is in our best interest to use that tact either, considering there's going to be others there. Maybe if it were a more private environment.
Yeah.
But good to know, I suppose, a fallback. Mika?
I'm pretty good at groveling, if necessary.
I know. Anything else we have?
I've also heard she dislikes arrogance, and also dislikes being denied or being refused.
Should me and Cyrus really be attending this?
Well, you're the two who have
That's a good question.
operated with European affairs the most, considering your syndicate ties. I don't believe you would have a reason to be combative with someone you're trying to convince to do something. That seems counterproductive.
Are you guys suggesting that you would be?
Oh, not deliberately.
Of course not.
Mhm.
My therapist
Nothing about me is arrogant after all. I'm actually quite humble. So I think this is perfect.
Perfect.
Some might say you're the humblest alive.
I love that. We just
Yeah.
use lies like that, and I'm sure we'll get through this just fine. Milo, take notes.
Yeah, I'm extremely humble.
See? I believe him already.
Mhm.
You have any notes or hints towards where they might already be voting towards the Zaki ambassadorship? Any interests they might have or disinterests involving the Zaki being welcomed into the UN? Or Africa in general?
I guess I'll read it off. I've heard that if Aslan were removed from his seat of power, De Leon could be convinced better, and that she wants a military operation to assassinate Aslan, or the military jurisdiction and support to put one in motion.
Well, that can definitely be a point we can emphasize.
I have also heard she disapproves of giving Aslan more notoriety because Aslan is a cognito hazard.
You see a shimmer of white and green in her eyes, and her expression turns a lot more serious. What do we know referring to him being a cognito hazard?
Remind me what that means.
Cognito hazard is an entity or concept that, by knowing it exists, makes you vulnerable to its influence.
Ah,
It's like the basilisk experiment. You know, you hear about it, it becomes aware of you, therefore becoming dangerous. Like the King in Yellow.
Precisely that. Look at you. You should all read The King. It's quite good.
Or don't,
Who's that
depending
guy?
on if you believe in
I
it.
don't think that's a good idea at all.
It's one of the more fictionally cognito hazard literatures. Or so they say. She smiles.
well, in that case, Aslan would be a cognito hazard because to fear him is to empower him. Literally.
That lines up with what we know of him. Valid concerns from De Leon. What are we thinking for putting those concerns to rest enough that she'll vote in favor of welcoming the Zaki?
Well, same thing we said to the Russian ambassador. We put forward Vale as the alternative. That way, removing him from his seat of power. She knows that we're actively working towards removing Aslan from seat of power, and she knows that she has a connection to someone who's going to take over. And that way, we also guarantee for her that humanity's survival is going to be in a greater lick because we're going to have the Zaki on our side.
I suppose the potential issue at hand, or barrier to entry on that point, would be there would be a active window where he would have an audience via this council, and that could have effects that she wants
What?
to avoid.
Is it not possible to have representation via other lions or whoever they want to put forward rather than him himself? Is there any way to bar that?
Well, I mean, I would love to approve that rule, but I don't know what powers
I mean, I
that
feel
B
like-
can just say that, yes, ambassadorship, no, Aslan cannot be here.
I feel like stipulations certainly could be in place and approving.
If that is a single stipulation, it would be insane for the Zaki to turn it down.
Mm-hmm.
It is still kind of relying on the idea that Aslan just agrees to it. I mean, who knows? Maybe the exposure is what he wants out of this deal.
He may be satisfied with just Zaki representation for now, rather than his own personal exposure.
Okay, then. If we can add that as a stipulation, then yeah, put that forward to her. That should settle some of her nerves.
I imagine he'd probably send Savimbi and then a lion or two as bodyguards.
Bulldog flips open a tablet and starts typing down all the stuff that they're saying.
Glitch doesn't say anything, but he gives him like the most subtle like head nod of approval, even though he's definitely recording everything. Like,
I'm
but he
prepared.
likes Bulldog taking notes.
Fuck
This
yeah.
is good. This is good.
Bulldog is not taking notes. Not exactly.
What is this man doing? Given I'm sitting right next to him.
He's starting to format a dossier.
Okay.
All right.
A
All
full
right.
proposal.
I could give you the closet pitch I came up with for her. Admittedly, in my opinion, this was one of the weaker ones, but pretend I was talking to her. You strike me as a pragmatic woman, Madame de Leon. Aslan is not simply a military threat, he is a supernatural one that needs to be nipped in the bud. I've set forth into motion plans for his demise. Your assistance in the matter would be a great boon, whether it is simply your affirmative votes in the UN and or some heftier resources from De Leon Industries. Have you heard the story of how the Emperor almost drowned? Would you like to hear it? In regards to allying with the Zaki in the future, consider me rather than Aslan.
It's not bad.
Pretty good. I think that should work quite
Ta-da.
nicely for our opening.
Hopefully.
Do we have any other intel we want to share or compile or consider?
Well, her son works for Bermuda.
She like, you see her like snap to Koba like she was about to tell him something, and she just kind of nods. Right, this Agent Lancelot is her son. For those of you who are close to him, perhaps you may have some more context as to what kind of a woman she is, if you've talked to him about her at all.
That's how I got some of this intel.
Okay, there you go. I expect him to be there as well.
That would make sense.
Is he also going to be on her side the way Shuko was?
She shrugs.
I would hope.
I would assume as much if you've told him what it is that our goals are.
Honestly, Sam, I don't remember if I did.
I also don't remember if you did, Haiku. But let's just go with yes. And
Yes, let's go with yes.
He didn't seem particularly partial to either side.
But he's friends with us, so maybe that'll be good.
We can hope.
We can hope.
And hope. And so, I think that's enough for us to get together some notes, some pitches, some rehearsals. I believe our ambassadors, or counselors, I should say, will be arriving in about half an hour, so let's get ourselves situated. Half hour.
What's the squad we're sending in?
Koba, Vale, believe, Remnant, Bulldog, and Cyrus. I remember this much. She does prefer to speak in French. More fluid for her, so... All of you can speak French, right?
Looks.
We-
We.
Milo
Looks so
pipes. Duh.
That's
Uh,
Yeah.
Looks to
I
Cyrus.
I got the gestures and the body language down to a T.
oh no.
The what?
The gestures, you know. Oh.
Oh.
Ow.
You can see this, like, paused, like, just confusion on Templar's face, like,
Glitch laughs. Glitch genuinely just like laughs.
Oh,
Oh.
baguette.
And
Wee wee.
Croissant.
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 and perhaps our HUDs can live translate for Milo.
Don't worry. What you guys don't know is I've been teaching Milo everything I know about French. He'll be all right.
Oh. No.
Yeah.
Koa just does like a the office-esque stare to Templar.
Yeah, I'm starting to reconsider if this is the best squad.
No, I'm telling you, like, I'm actually like super fluent in French. Like, swear to God.
Okay, go.
Okay, you're really just gonna have to trust me.
I love this.
He's got
Now
a
say that in
finite
French.
amount of French, okay? We've got
What-
to
what-
make sure we don't use it all up.
When have I ever lied?
Dude,
I'm pretty sure somewhere a pigeon drops dead.
trust me, bro.
Oh.
Trust me, bro.
Trust me, like I speak French fluently. I speak French fluently, and I've been teaching Milo. Ain't that right, Milo?
Yeah, he's right here.
Yeah, like literally. Milo and I are fluent in French. Swear to God.
Oui, oui.
Yeah, bro. I put that on Vale's life. That he's fluent in French.
What?
Je m'appelle Alfie. Wait, fuck.
What?
Not me. Je m'appelle Milo.
Yes, nah. I put that on Vale's life.
Why did he say it twice?
'Cause
That
he really
Milo-
means it.
That Milo is really on his friendship. Trust.
Eiffel Tower.
Loki's just
He's
cackling in the
really-
back, like, "Ah, if only I could claim him. It would be so fun.
Amen. Trust.
I trust.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cordelia.
Why?
Cyrus has yet to disappoint us, I believe.
Truly. I
We-
don't know. He
Glitch
hasn't let me down yet. So.
messages Vale, this man can speak most languages, if not any.
I'm not doubting Cyrus's. You know what?
Yeah.
Ah,
Man, you gonna see.
like a band-aid.
You go see. I'm gonna have, because I've been teaching Milo, I'm gonna have him talking crazy. It's gonna be off.
Mm-hmm.
Templar whispers to Tommy, how sure are you that you can make nice with the French?
It's me?
You.
I mean, I don't know French, but
Pat pats his shoulder. We'll have to trust them.
yeah. Yeah.
I was really like, yeah, I don't know French, but I speak the language. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I'm real good at French kissing, I'll say that.
Yeah? Yeah? Morgan says from the back.
It's all the French I know.
It's all the French you need.
I'd say.
Facts.
Alright, let's get you out there.
Let me go again.
Faith. Faith, you got it.
Faith, young one.
Yeah,
Everyone. Yokins.
I'm filled to the brim with faith.
Cordelia,
Yes.
you're up for this?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure now. Situate yourselves however you want to be situated. The sound of water
Roll
running
20's leg.
comes from the corner, and then splish splash.
Every opportunity we got to flex, we have a whooper.
Totally.
Knows how to turn on water faucets all by himself.
Should we all sit on one side together?
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case, probably better to all be on the right side so they ain't gotta like walk around the table like.
Probably better to have the French speakers at the top of the table.
So you want us like over here?
Wait, can I, Sam, may I ask, what can Bulldog roll to write a good dossier?
Investigate.
Yeah, it sounds like an investigation roll.
Okay. I couldn't convince you into anything else.
History, maybe?
That wasn't what you were supposed to say.
Do you want to write the dossier in French?
We.
I cast Universal Translator on Milo.
Hell yeah. That's the shit I'm talking about, brother.
That's fully why Tommy had faith.
Yeah, no.
He's like, no, he's just fucking with us right now.
You know what? Fuck it. Everybody gets it.
Even Rag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody gets it.
Ping that.
I'll
Yeah.
ping
Bruce's
it.
mind expands with knowledge he should not have.
So
Vale, as you are walking your way over to this meeting room, a familiar voice snakes its way behind your ear. Amani is an ally. Try not to get him killed. It's Galileo's voice.
Leo's voice. Oh. I will do my best.
Who is under the psychic whispers?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how many I get, and I'm trying to read it, and I'll see. Next is action. One or choose a number of creatures. You can see up to number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus. So I can pick 4 plus B. So it would just be the 3 in the room and Templar.
3 in the room, Templar. Bet. Milo, is that your final roll?
Yeah. Milo, he finishes typing it, presses print, he prints it out, he waits by the printer, bzzz, bzzz, picks up the dossier, runs a few lines over it, looks at it, stares at it, burns it immediately, turns away, sits back at the table. The dossier was a bust.
Did you run out of ink?
I ran out of intelligence.
I'm sure with
So
more
real plan.
time. I'm sure with
I've
more
never-
time you come up with a good dossier, my friend.
I've never written a dossier before. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea.
What even is a dossier?
I've never even written a school essay before. I don't know why I was thinking this.
What even is a dossier? Truly.
I
Truly.
mean, for fuck's sake. I left school when I was like, what, 8? He sits down and just grumbles.
You guys get yourself situated, and eventually marching. The embassy guard outside the door knocks, and the door opens. So you'll see this collective strut their way in. Sorry, I need to fix one thing.
Milo leans over to Cyrus and just goes, thanks, by the way.
In French.
Yes, indeed.
See Agent Lancelot enter, hand calmly resting over his hilt, looks over, gives y'all a big wide smile, little bow of his head, and then he steps to the side militantly so, making way for General Julie de Leon. The second she takes a step into the room, she just oozes confidence. She almost walks into this room like she's going to get her way. She looks at you all, scans you one by one, a quick review. She smirks.
Milo stands and he performs the traditional French salute.
She eyes him, walking by, turning her head very slightly just to look at him, but continues to her seat. Behind her is another man you remember from the party. Disciple Walton, heir to Walton Industries.
I remember I yelled at him and forgot who this man was.
And he is a disciple, one of America's most prized disciples, also one of the top 10 richest men in the world.
I think because disciples in front of his name, that's why I forgot who he was.
He walks in. I'll show all these portraits as well. Good visual. You see his arms aren't in his coat, just kind of hanging over his shoulders, almost like more like a cape than anything. Has a pistol holster, but it is currently empty. Seemingly they took his weapons at the door. Gives y'all a nice little half smile, almost like a tired smile more than anything. He eyes Cordelia, and you see him brighten almost immediately. Looks to Koba, and he winks at him before he takes his seat.
Koba just slightly confused eyebrow raise, but keeps it pushing.
Last but not least, you have the Ivorian acting governor, Kader Amani. You can all make history checks.
Oh, goody.
DC 12.
Oh boy.
The gasp.
Light work.
Successes. Governor Armani. He is the acting governor because the Queen of the Ivory Coast had an assassination attempt against her. She is
Oh, no.
currently in critical condition, as all reports goes. She cannot run her country. Her mother has taken over as Queen Regent, but she cannot govern the state, as it is currently at war with the Zaki. So, Amani was made acting governor. A bit of a controversial thing in news and media, considering he does not have a lot of military experience, and currently the country is in a military crisis. But he is considered a generally well-liked popular politician. Very socialist, very liberal. A man of the people.
Good lad. Good lad. Bullhorn likes him.
Do we know if the Zaki are responsible for the assassination attempt?
Unconfirmed. No one claimed it, though many of the Ivorian patriots are blaming the Zaki for it, or at least someone who maybe wants the Zaki to win, some third-party benefactor, if not them directly. They know that Zavimbi has ties with the syndicate, among other things. But no one's claimed it, no one's confirmed it. The investigation is ongoing, as all reports from the Ivory Coast say. So we have our panel situate themselves nice and comfortable. No one seems to really be all that tense upon entering. Plump down in their seats, look around the table. Does anyone introduce themselves?
Bonjour. From here on out, assume I'm speaking in French unless I say otherwise.
Yes, I am assuming
Yeah.
this conversation will proceed in French, unless otherwise stated.
Ouais. Ah, shit, I could flat. Je m'appelle comme now.
I still got my French 2 notebook. I didn't pass that class, but I got the notebook though.
Damn.
Hey, French 1 was light. French 2 had me fucked up. But anyway.
Damn. Like, hello and greetings to you all.
Good morning.
My name. My name is Agent Vale, but for the intentions of this meeting, I am known as Koba, formerly known as the Shadow of the Lion, currently also known as El Manfu.
You see the immediate sharp snap and like hand slam from Amani as he looks over to Koba. You lie.
I do not.
You are misled. He squints.
Koba tilts his head to the side. Why is it you believe I lie, Governor Armani?
Because nothing is true of these prophecies. They were made up Fabrications. It's good propaganda, but it's not something we can act upon. For you to claim you're such, you have evidence. Otherwise, you're a pretender. Again, nothing wrong with false propaganda. It is aiding our side, but let us be honest if we're going to be meeting here.
I don't know what you would accept as evidence. Different governors have accepted other things. I have the scars and the marks to prove of it. If you were to ask me questions, I'm sure everything will be permitted from me to answer you appropriately.
Like, takes a breath in, studying him. I'll entertain you. Very snappy today, aren't we, Governor? From the General. I don't like being lied to. And you would call our advisor here a liar. Very interesting. He doesn't really seem to pay her commentary much mind, just still staring at Kobo. And the rest of you?
Down the line.
Yeah, Kobo
Down the
looks
line.
to Cordelia.
How did you introduce yourself again? Did you said your agent name?
I said my agent name before the instances of this. Then he said he's Koba, formerly no.
Lord
And
of
he said
Seven
the title.
Kingdoms, King of Lord of the Andals. And then-
This is the first man in a Reinhardt, type shit.
I'm just trying to remember if you gave like your real name, and that's something we're doing too. Oh, hi, Kitty. Hello.
I said Koba, so do with that as you will.
Mm.
I mean, our names are public record, I'm pretty sure.
Nope.
Just your agent name.
Oh.
If you want your shit to be public record, it can be. Like, some agents have their shit as public record because it works for their reputation.
I see.
Right. My name is Cordelia, Agent Remnant, Avatar of Hell.
Amani's eyes just widen with shock, and then there's a very slight twitch from his hand. Like, his palm almost wants to, like, jut forward.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. Gestures to her familiar, and this is Lestat.
Stares into their eyes. The room turns still. Almost like the ventilation itself just shut off for a second. Everything's quiet. Still. Slow. And then he meows. It echoes, bouncing off every wall. Deep. Double layered. And then everything returns to normal.
He's very happy to
Just
be
imagine
here.
it. I just imagine it like that, like Instagram filter. It was just like the echo filter.
I think I know the one you're talking about. It's a lovely feline. Where did you find him?
He found me, as cats do.
Isn't he just a precious thing? Reaches her hand out to pet him.
Lestat loves pets. Who reached out their hand again?
Dillion.
Closer.
We're so in.
The deepest of purrs. Bass boosted
Base
purrs.
boosted purrs, yeah. That cat is unnaturally unsettling. Walton, I think you mean naturally unsettling.
Oh, but he loves people.
Does he? Or is that just what you're assuming?
He certainly likes the general.
Walton, most people like the general. It's a thing. Who's this? I remember you actually. No, I've seen you around. Walton says to Cyrus.
Yeah,
I know.
looking to Cyrus to introduce himself.
I know.
Yeah. My name's Cyrus Cole.
The rapper.
Mm. Yeah. I do a lot of things.
So I've heard. All heads.
He kind of stares at him. Oh,
Go ahead.
no. he just stares very blankly at Wilson.
Just staring at him. Kind of, again, that, like, tired half smile. And all heads turn to Milo.
Hello there. I'm Agent Bulldog. Agent of Bermuda. He looks around, just goes, I've made a few of your acquaintances before, but this is the first time meeting you, General De Leon, and you, Disciple Walton, and you, Governor Romani. Big fan. Everyone in Bermuda heard about what happened to your queen. Our sincerest condolences. We hope she has a speedy recovery.
Still, I thank you for your condolences.
Thank you all for gathering here today. We're very honored to be in your presence.
Leon, honored. Such high praise from men I don't even know yet. Well,
It was hard to learn about the general.
that's so.
You know, your son made a very valiant first impression.
Looking down the table to Lancelot, he's just kind of has one knee over the other leg, just chilling, looking at them. All eyes kind of turn to him for a second. He just pauses, like, Ah, well, you know, it's easy when you're me. Kind of just like, like he wants to like flip his hair, but he just makes the gesture of it.
This is Radigan. He's my familiar. And my friend.
Rat? Lancelot.
Correct me if I'm wrong, can they hear Ratigan? I'm pretty sure the spell means they can hear him.
Which spell?
I think he has a spell that like translates him. I could be wrong.
Does he have limited telepathy? Which is normal telepathy?
Yes, limited telepathy.
Ping that. Simple ideas, emotions, and images. What image or idea does Radigan try to send to them?
Just a gif of a rat waving.
That's right. Like, let's get everybody involved.
They're all just looking at Radigan for a second, just blink, blink. Amani reaches his hand out for the rat.
Radigan gives him a low five.
He closes his
Rat,
fist
one hand.
and it pulls his hand back. Lovely to make your acquaintance as well. You Bermuda agents are all eccentric. Special, you mean?
Koba shrugs.
That's lads. Special is reserved for other significances, in my opinion. But yeah, unique. Irregular. Shall we make our introductions, General? Dillion gestures down her panel. This is my benefactor, Disciple Walton. I need no further introductions beyond that, but if need be, disciple of the United States, leading researcher in robotics, technomancy, nanobot technology, and astronomy. I believe you agents have a command ship? A flagship, if I'm not mistaken. She smiles. Walton does a very just humble bow. Doesn't say much.
Koba says it to the telepathic bond. Officially on paper, we absolutely do not have a command ship, yeah? Like, that's confidential, yeah?
The
I mean,
Olympus...
if the guy designed it, I guess he'd be one of the few people who'd know about it, even if it was confidential.
Like, I guess, but I can't just say yes, right? Like,
Just say you can neither confirm nor deny, then wink. Frenchies love a wink.
You can tell her. You can confirm as much. It's a step off the board. Unless you think you can flatter her more with that. Wink.
fuck it, we can try.
Lord.
Do the wink.
Yeah, Koba would feel like, I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of such a command ship. And he will wink at her.
Of course not.
Performance on that wink.
Performance on the wink.
Motherfucker.
Don't do my boy like that.
Governor Armani, seems all of you have already fair understanding of his reputation. He is our acting advisor in the Ivory Coast for the SDF. Trying to keep his people safe. I'm trying to keep my people alive. Safe would be an ideal, but we can't choose if we're begging. Well, things can be chosen for you if you're begging. He grumbles and looks towards the table. I hope this lot is going to choose wisely then. And you all know my son already, Agent Lancelot. Gives a two-finger salute. I'd be surprised if you didn't know me.
Me, the
It
player.
would-
He's so cute.
It would be shocking if I didn't know you.
Get settled
I
in.
was just thanking God that he chose to wear the thong today as a last case resort.
The speedo.
Yeah. He's got it on just in case he needs some leverage later on.
Ah, I see.
You
I
never
see.
know.
A backup plan. The speedo backup plan is gonna come in clutch. All right. Well, I was told there is to be an intelligence briefing concerning the Zaki in light of the ambassadorship votes, something that may be useful in considering before we make our final decision. So, let's hear it. What exactly are we sharing today? What is the nature of this conversation entailing? Roll for initiative.
All right. Now, will Koba roll above a 10?
Oh my god, a good initiative roll?
Nice.
This is revolutionary.
No.
I knew as soon as I rolled well, everyone was going to roll better than me.
Roll a
No, I don't want
D100.
this. No. Please, por favor. Llámalo.
It's just one lower than, two lower than you, or two higher than Bulldog. That's funny. That's so fucking funny.
You have
One
a +2 to your intelligence modifier until you fail an intelligence roll.
One higher. I don't have my glasses. I should get that.
I'll put it in your sheet for you.
Okay. At least I got something nice. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I have to go do something real quick.
You're good.
Top an initiative is crick.
We can come back to her. We can come back to.
I'm sorry. I need coffee.
It's all good. It's all good.
We also need coffee.
Yeah.
We need you.
Oh,
No, he's spitting. Don't boo him. He's right. All right. So, let's get right into it. They'll get this situated. You see DeLeon puts a hollow tablet in front of her. Projects up this little, like, almost like binder in front of her. She starts filling out a few notes. Looks to Koba expectantly. All of them pen in hand or some sort of hollow board they're going to add their notes to. Lancelot just seems to be here for either security or company in general. He just staring at Milo silently throughout the meeting.
damn.
So, what are we to discuss today? Koba, I'll just start with you from top of initiative.
Start with my pitch. Well, you strike me as a pragmatic woman, Madame de Leon. The threat of Aslan is not simply military. He is a supernatural one that needs to be nipped in the bud. I've set forth into motion plans for his demise. Your assistance in the matter would be a great boon, whether it is simply your affirmative vote in the UN and or some heftier resources from De Leon Industries. Have you heard the story of how the Emperor almost drowned?
He squints. I have not. You have such a story to share.
Indeed.
Sorry, it's like motherfuckers are blowing up my eardrums and messages. I gotta mute shit.
Every time you start telling the story of the Emperor who drowned, I keep on thinking, like, I thought not. It's not a story that Bermuda would tell you.
It's funny. Solid opener. Tell me more about this drowning attempt.
There's two key things that almost made the attempt on his life successful. One key element was the armor of the lion was separated from the pride for whatever reason. And the second thing that almost made it successful was that his adversaries could not be affected by his influence. He sort of radiates this aura of fear that affects all living creatures. But a small force of aquatic mechs assailed him, destroyed his ship, and pulled him under the waves.
I was told this operation resulted in a failure, that he didn't even enter the water, that he hit the shore as soon as he could. Money chimes in. You're saying that is not so.
There are many versions of the tale.
What makes yours more credible than the rest is trying an intrigue action against you. Oh, if I could find them. He's trying to foil you.
Interesting.
Say, what skill are you trying to use for this pitch?
Hmm. Yeah, we'll keep it simple with a... Actually, with a story like this, it feels like a performance check would make sense. I'm just not great at it.
Yeah. Give me your performance check. Say... It's an intriguing beginning. I'll say DC 14 performance check.
DC 14 performance. Is it possible to pick up guidance?
Someone could use their reaction to give you guidance, yeah. I don't know if that someone is here. Someone could use their reaction to give you bardic inspiration.
You know what? Let's see what the dice say. Ooh, okay. Let's burn a hero point.
What was the dice cooking, bro?
Holy fuck. We'll burn one more.
Yeah. Okay.
Can't get much worse, right?
Certainly not, right? That's
Ah!
I'm sorry I'm not there to take the bad rolls from you.
That's unreal.
We
So,
got
like,
him.
why are you using your least skilled thing? That's kind of insane of you.
I mean, it just makes sense for what
No.
I'm doing.
I could have used the performance.
Damn, bro.
+8.
Shit's ridiculous.
That is ridiculously bad though. Holy
Insane.
shit.
That is
Absolutely insane.
tragic, truly.
It's
You
not even
know,
bad enough to
that
be like
way-
that one bad.
Now,
just
guys,
bad enough already.
I could clutch up with the DM inspiration.
I
What?
suppose
And potentially a
anything's
bardic
possible.
inspiration.
Anything's
Yeah,
possible.
bardic. Fucking DM.
With this D10, am I right? Fuck.
Okay, so this bardic can come into play. Mayhaps.
But maybe.
You want me to put my bardic inspiration on this train, right?
It just needs a 5.
What's the DC?
14.
And then when it fills, and then what?
And then things are consumed. You get a hero. You get 1 hero point back
Yeah.
if you fail.
Believe, Cyrus, believe.
Sure, buddy.
Your bardic's what? What's your
It's a
bardic roll?
D8.
The D8.
That's dastardly.
Yeah.
Can you add a fucking...
Now that Cordelia guidance,
I was gonna
though.
say, I would
Cordelia
assume
guidance?
Cordelia is gonna give you guidance. You can roll.
Surely. Which then you're gonna auto pass.
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
That was insane.
We dropped 3
Stripped
different
away.
dice to turn
Never
a
use
5 into
performance
a
again.
fucking pass.
2 hero points, inspiration, bardic inspiration, and a cantrip, but it's a cantrip.
We're so
To
up
get
right
14. To get
14.
14.
Get 14, by the way.
now. Shit, let's roll the
Dillion,
D4.
he's
We're so
gonna
up right now.
he's gonna contest your roll with a foil.
Nice.
Deception.
What the fuck?
He did not roll 14. He rolled much higher.
Yeah, I can
That's
see
fucked
that.
up of you, Sam. That's fucked up of you.
You know? He cuts in, questioning the details of your story. Dillion kind of snaps to him and then back to Koba. What's your source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Trust me, bro. Cyrus's life.
My sorry, Leto's here trying to figure out how to phrase this. Cause like I know what my source is, but I can't very well say it. I don't think I can. Unfortunately, the safety of my source relies on their anonymity.
He squints. That would be a failure.
Yeah.
You need 15 successes before 3 failures. And you would suffer a hit to your sanity equal to this plus 3.
Yeah.
Minus 4 to your sanity.
Where's my sanity score at? Ah, there it is.
If you can't provide a source, I'm afraid I'll have to operate with the information we have from the Ivorians, who, well, are actually on the field.
I will just kind of look at this man, just like, can I insight him? Because I'm like, what the fuck's your deal, bro?
You can make insight, yeah.
I think he didn't like your type.
He's clearly standoffish. Very much like... It looks like he's the most on-edge person in this room, but he doesn't really have, like, the tension in his shoulders. It just seems like anytime someone says something, he is not giving them any benefit of the doubt. He is quick to disbelieve things that don't already line up with what he knows. It's... He clearly knows some shit Koba doesn't. And it seems like whatever that is causing a conflict. We can't quite read what that is, just by looking at him.
Okay.
Going to DeLeon. Where do you sit on this ambassadorship angle? Are you trying to get their ambassadorship approved?
Yes.
What do you have to gain from them becoming legitimized, and then you will try to probe? You can make it contested. Intelligence, wisdom, or charisma save.
Let's make it wisdom.
Let's
what is going on.
Can I help
I really
with that?
just have to be there. Oh my god.
It's this poor child.
Hello?
Can you help that? How would you help that?
Will I make a blood sacrifice on his behalf?
My orb.
Oh, you do have your orb. What did you roll in your orb?
I haven't rolled it yet.
You can roll,
Roll
it now.
the board.
Let's make it a game.
Let's go gambling. Fuck.
I can't stop.
Oh
winning.
dang it. Oh dang it.
Hooray.
Uh,
If you would like to not fail that, if it feels important.
Her probing isn't that bad. So let's save the orb. But in which case... Oh no.
I ask again, can Milo make like a little cut under the table on behalf of this man?
Make a what under the table?
Little sacrifice.
Sacrifice. Starts fucking bleeding. Slits his wrist under the fucking table.
I mean, to be fair, that's an appropriate reaction given how this conversation's going so far.
Fine.
Blood for the blood gods. Oh, this one
You
is
sure you don't?
funny.
I do like the idea of Milo's wrist just being opened and he's just like, oh, I just fell over funny. Don't worry, it'll heal up soon.
Or gushing, yeah. Spurting blood all over the fucking chair.
Not here, not now.
Okay. This is
What is it?
this is funny. I'm trying to think of how to make this make sense. Suck.
What is this man's punishment?
We all have to do 50 press-ups each IRL, not in game, just now. Everyone down.
He failed. Why am I suffering?
We win as a team, we lose as a team.
Koba. When she looks at you, she gives you this very sharp, inquisitive look. But she has this almost like soft smile that's very conflicting. It throws you off. You're not sure if she's like, again, like checking you out or just like trying to get under your skin with how just nice she's behaving, even though all of her words and her like demeanor implies that she is very much trying to get something from you. It feels like she's trying to lull you into a false sense of security. And the way she's looking at you, it puts an image in your head of how she's looking at you. And for some reason, that image takes hold. It just grips you. You think she's looking at you like a dog. And so you polymorph it to one.
What the f...
Are you sure you don't want this 18? What kind of dog?
I want to know what kind of
Yeah,
dog.
what kind of dog would Koba be?
A Barosi.
I'm happy to leave this to later if he finds an appropriate picture.
One of those long dogs.
Please tell me the dog has an afro.
Absolutely. It's just,
Echo, we are not playing with our toys behind my computer. Come here. Come here. Go.
I truly don't think this could have gone more chaotically.
Off rip? Yeah, for round one.
Yeah,
I-
off
definitely.
rip for round one. One failure, 0 successes. We're on the
Hey.
second turn. Vale's a dog.
Vale's a fucking dog.
I mean,
How
Um,
long does this
You
last?
call that a failure. I call that an overwhelming success so far.
yeah.
I'm so glad
Koba
you're
t-
thinking that.
Koba turns into a black pulley.
Let's see.
I love this creature.
Oh, I love those
Oh
dogs.
my god, that's hilarious.
They're so cute. Echo, not on my desk.
That's so funny. That's what two means.
Does he still speak French?
No, you speak dog.
I think he's just a dog now. But he's telepathically linked to us, so
Yes, I am.
That is true. That is true.
I like to think in Vale's voice, he just goes, biscuits, bones, treats.
Really,
Oh.
just what?
The shadows around Vale wrap around his body. It feels almost like there's just a blanket that was pulled underneath his feet, wraps him up like he's being scooped up like a Santa bag, and then pops all at once like a bubble. And there's a dog in his seat. There's just stunned looks of bewilderment from the left side. They're just blinking. Like, they're almost like waiting to see if this is part of his answer. Like, this is part of the bit. This is how he's choosing to reply to her. So they're all just like bated breath waiting for the dog to say something.
Vale? You there, bud?
Cordelia puts her hand on the dog.
Walton slides out of his seat, stands up. Now, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say this wasn't intentional, was it? You see his eyes just scanning over Vale. You see the cyber eyes and blinking, flashing gold and white. Approaches.
Koba will, as a dog, will shake his head slowly.
Moscow's magic has had a very strange effect on us.
I've never seen him do that before.
Does he usually turn into a corgi?
What? This isn't a corgi. This is.
I'm saying he hasn't done this one before. But the ones prior is something else.
Telepathically from Koba, embarrassingly, just
You turned into a corgi?
It's a joke, sweetie. He kneels besides Koba and Remnant, studying him still.
Wait, embarrassingly from Cobra, he telepathically what?
just screams.
I'll just
It's just a scream.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa. Husky yell.
I was gonna say, is he just howling?
Not audibly. The dog looks so sad.
Oh, chin up there, low lad. He scratches underneath his chin. You just need a little bit of training.
Did someone do this to him?
It's crit. He crit failed.
No, Bulldog's asking that, like, in the
mailman.
video. Someone do this to him?
Can I communicate any like thoughts, like a picture, just an image, anything?
You can bark. You can whine and you can howl.
Just cast inflict wounds on me. Just
It's kind of cute like this. But I think all it takes is a little bit of stimuli to get you back to where you are. You consent if I just ruffle you up a little?
Koba slowly nods to dog.
Hey, Sam.
Mhm.
Just out of curiosity, would dispel magic work at all in helping with this?
If you cast it at 4th level, oh, I guess you are already tuned to ley lines. Yes, it would. Polymorph is a 4th level spell, so if you cast Dispel Magic, it would cancel out the spell's effect.
I can fix him.
I think I could fix him too. It's just a little shock color treatment, but you got something nicer than that?
Yes, it is absolutely nicer than that.
Dillion, a shame. I would have liked to have seen him twitch. I'm sure he'll be
Me,
doing plenty
the
of that
player.
with you in the room. Go ahead. Do your thing, Remnant.
Me, mentally. How many points would that get us, though?
Oh my god.
Me, mentally, mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
Cordelia will snap her fingers and cast Dispel Magic. At
Koba.
4th level, you said?
You
Nah,
just
you
cast
can-
it at 3rd. It'll automatically upcast.
Oh.
We're in Moscow.
Okay, it's been a while, remind me. So I lose a 3rd slot spell, though.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Koba, you feel all those shadows that are wrapped around you seeping into your body that have shaped yourself like this. You feel hands grip at your arm, your elbow, your bicep, grip at your calf, your thigh, your back, your neck, and then in one yank, like they're tearing off something stuck to your body, they just pull the shadows off you, and you turn back into a human.
Koba has his face in his hand, just.
Look,
Yeah, sorry.
back to your handsome self
Bad.
already.
You okay there?
Yeah, that's not a vessel ability I have. That's. Don't know what that was, honestly.
You're very cute for a dog.
Thank you.
I think maybe Moscow's area is just doing things.
Yes. Where were we? You were asking what I gain from this ambassadorship. Yes.
For failing the probe. You must
Question
answer.
Really rattled you.
Yeah, you must answer 2 of her questions truthfully.
Okay.
But yeah, that is the first one. What do you have to gain from the Zaki being legitimized in the UN?
Several things. One, Zaki attention pulled from complete warring to also introducing themselves to the UN, makes them more distracted, resources split, easier to kill the man. Other thing that I suppose I gain is that when the man Aslan is dead, the pride falls to me.
Notes. Makes notes after notes.
With me in charge of the pride, it's a lot easier to then make moves in favor of the UN if we're already approved.
And you have people in the Zaki that you are close to or operate closely with?
Close to is a relative term. I've only recently made contact with them again after a decade.
She quirks a brow to that. Monty just shakes his head, kind of slumps back in his seat. After 10 years. Interesting. You feel so strongly about them joining the UN after 10 years. Have you considered the implications of what will happen to them?
Are you referencing accountability?
Money. That exactly. Most of the Upper Zaki will be put before a tribunal, likely held for war crimes, following the vampire invasion, of course. Your contacts or associates, are they ones we will have to review following the vampire invasion?
Potentially. But he sort of considers things like considers his next wording of you intend to hold accountable children.
Squints. No, not children.
Suppose then where does the cutoff begin?
Thinks on that for a second. Past 18, any crimes they commit beyond that point can be attributed to them.
Because they had, as you would say, free will?
As free as any other can be considered. We understand that there are certain actions one takes when operating underneath a tyrant government that may not be savory, that is required. That will be considered in the panel.
It's not exactly. I suppose, yes, it should be considered on the panel, but at least for me, in reference to the Pride, we are more or less slaves to Aslan. My exit from the Pride functioned as a cautionary tale.
Quiet for a second, considering that they're following his words very closely. The mention of slave definitely does pull up money in a little bit more. And yet, I do not believe we cannot allow all of their crimes to be so easily overlooked. I do not condone collective punishment, which is why a case-by-case system must be enabled. Each person must be given a fair trial, something brought forth, reviewed, and then judged. Those who do not have anything brought forth about them can walk free, as all those who are innocent until proven guilty do, but those who have been accused will stand trial. There are a lot of accused within the Zaki.
I would imagine so.
Psycho.
Hmm?
Anything you'd like to do, say, or skip?
I'll skip.
Bulldog.
Okay. Bulldog looks up and he goes, well, based on my current understanding of the, situation facing our Earth, perhaps any tribunals faced by the Zaki could, at the very least, be postponed once
already said
Code
that.
takes. I'm sorry?
You already said it was going to be those tribunals will happen after the Vempri.
Gotcha. Well, perhaps these tribunals could take into account the good behavior that they exhibit under Copa's leadership. Defending the planet and laying down their lives so that the people of this Earth may continue to live under their own rule. Well, that's got to count for something, right?
Lancelot, questions? You want their participation in this war against the Vampire to be considered when reviewing their crimes?
Well, yeah. It seems only fair. If we're going to factor in the stuff that they did when they were forced to do something that they were forced to do under the leadership of Aslan, then we might as well factor in something that they're forced to do under our leadership.
Fair enough point. Julian seems to be following along, but it seems almost as if the point of the conversation is waning on her. Like, she's making her notes, but she seems more disinterested.
The thing is, if I may, this is all adding to the point that overall, we think our proposition is going to provide us the best opportunity at defeating the oncoming threats, both whether that be the Zaki or whether that be the Vempri. At the end of the day, the overwhelming threat of the invasion force is our top priority, just as I'm sure it is yours as well. We know that not all of you are military commanders, with the greatest respect, Amani, but I'm sure you can see the benefit that having a military force like the Zaki on our side would be. And we think, after much deliberation, with Koba being the person who is closest to the Zaki, outside of their immediate forces, we are convinced this is the best course of action going forward in order to guarantee that the Zaki are going to participate against the Vempri. We also are convinced that this is the way we're going to deal with Aslan. We need that opening, and we're not going to get that opening unless we allow him to sit at the council. Or more accurately, the Zaki forces at large to sit at the council. Aslan's direct involvement can be, well, it could be mediated. He's desperate for a seat. And if we can prey upon that to ensure that he stays out of the limelight, then we can avoid any complications of him being on the seat at the same time, long enough for us to deal with it.
What check are you making for this pitch, for this argument?
Well, I can't use performance. Persuasion.
Okay. Give me a DC 15 persuasion check with advantage.
Advantage. Oh, you are most kind.
Carryover from Vale. Pretty good.
Hello. And a 4 guidance at the same time
Gets you 2
twice. What the
successes.
fuck?
All optimistic, if I do say so. But reasonable. If the right things can line up for us, we can accomplish those goals. How exactly are we to make such things possible? We can all say we want these great outcomes. It's just a matter of the logistics, more than anything. Going to Alton. If it comes to logistics, I'm definitely the right person to make things happen. I just need to know what it is exactly that we're trying to do. So, what would be the next step Bermuda's trying to take to ensure the Zaki are on our side and not Aslan? Or is Aslan something we're gonna ignore? What's the plan? What's the actual step-by-step here?
We're looking into collaborations with the Russian military. We're hoping that maybe, if we get you to go ahead on this, then perhaps we can also count on your collaborations going forward too. You raise a good point. You are a genius tactical mind. Not trying to flatter, just being practical. And, well, I think a practical first step here is that you should vote for the Zaki getting in the ambassadorship. I genuinely believe that's the best step we can make so far.
And then what comes next?
At least on your part. Well, then we can include you in the preparations going into the planned assassination of Aslan.
Okay, so we have a working theory or idea for how to assassinate a man who simply avoided and won every other assassination attempt so far, except for the hypothetical drowning. Are we going to try and drown him this time, or is there something else Bermuda has in mind?
We're looking to put all of our resources into it. All of the top minds in Bermuda are hypothesizing, and you can be included in that front, General De Leon. I mean, the group that you're looking at right now participated in the impromptu raid that ended up seeing to the death of what's his name? The Russian guy we killed?
Oh, Vasily Kuchenko, the Buke.
Yeah. That ended up seeing to the death of the Buke, and that was practically on a whim. Think of what we could do with some planning and some tactical minds, like yourself.
What check would Milo make for this?
Flat. I don't know.
Bermuda taking down Vasily
He's trying.
is not
Yeah,
possible.
intimidation, because we're the group that took down the Buke, and she's in awe of our raw intimidation factor.
Yeah.
It's intimidation. We're going. All right. I'll let you use intimidation. I'm giving you advantage because that was a lot of detail. The DC is 17. DC 17 intimidation with advantage.
Oh, I'm gonna inspiration. I mean, no, the inspiration hero point.
Okay.
Don't forget, I can help you if you need it.
I may need it soon.
I think he's counting that with the.
Oh!
Holy shit.
I'm wearing my armor. I can't crit fail.
You can't be
can't-
crits.
Oh
You
shit! No,
can't
I
crit
can't.
fail.
Oh, fuck.
Imagine there was a
Once
halfling
again,
armor.
asking for your financial support, Cordelia.
Oh yeah.
May I?
What would you like to do, Cordelia?
My orb.
Orb. What was the number in your orb?
18.
18.
I just realised. I tell you what, those are, considering I had +8, those were some fucking shit rolls.
Those are some pretty-
I'll
Now-
say.
Unfortunately.
Fate is not on their side right now.
That was a really good argument, though. I can't let
Mhm.
that fucking.
Yeah, roll 20 is not on y'all's side.
I can't let that go to waste. That was a really
I mean,
good
they're gonna give him
argument.
plus 5 points if he wins in interaction.
With an 18 as your base die, that would already put you over the threshold. That succeeds. That's 2 more successes,
Thank you.
bringing you to 4.
With the general Lance, I'm still the best French person in the room.
Alright. Yeah. Did a little raid in Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So, what? Domino's squad's gonna run a raid on the king? Lancelot cuts in. Not necessarily has to be Domino's squad. We have 3 strike teams, all capable. All have Titans as their commanders. We could send all 3 of us, if anything. Kind of just smiles. You want me to put you in front of Aslan? Are you an idiot? I'm brave. You're a brave idiot. Got discharged? Fine. You can send Easy and Domino. I'm sure they could handle it. They're going to get killed. I think Bermuda should definitely be spearheading this. If you want to be the person pulling the strings from the back, looks towards the team. I think they're the right people to be pulling the strings for. And he will make a check.
I'm just like, ooh, it's not a Bermuda spearheaded thing is the issue.
I mean, we're making these promises. It doesn't mean we have to keep them.
Can I give him guidance?
Did you use your reaction already? Give someone else
Does
guidance?
my orb count? I haven't
orb is
used
a
my reaction to
reaction.
give.
Now,
Give it to Koba.
we used your reaction.
Because Koba needed to
Oh,
pass
okay.
a check.
Oh, okay.
Can I bless? Oh,
It's, bless is crazy.
I
Also,
wouldn't be
I don't think
casting
Bless
spells
works
up in
for-
this bitch like that.
Yeah, I don't think bless works for
Skills.
ability
no,
check.
it doesn't.
Doesn't work for skills, no.
Wait, can I command him to succeed?
Yeah.
No.
It was a good ask. It was a good ask.
Good ask, good ask. Respectable. Dillion doesn't seem that convinced. She seems to be looking over her notes. She just kind of squints at something on her tablet, looks up. I don't even know if Bermuda's going to be the one in charge of this operation. It sounds like you're just trying to make a hypothetical idea appeal to me. Or is there actual grounds for a military raid that's going to be happening anytime soon?
The grounds have begun
It's Remnant.
to be laid. Fuck. It is remnant.
I don't know how to the player. I don't know how to fucking answer that.
The answer I could.
We are telepathically communicating.
Yeah, telepathically communicating. What we did, low key agreed to for previous shit was that for Japan to be leading said raid.
In Milo's defense, he wasn't there for that. Nor was
One
I.
more time.
Japan will be leading, or in the current state of talks, Japan wants to lead the raid.
Oh, okay. I can just say that.
Yeah. But if a suggested phrasing of a much lesser risk on any potential domino participants for Japan would be taking the forefront.
Not like cowardice. Or complaining and whining. No, it's fair. She doesn't like arrogance. That should.
I'm so sorry. My brain cannot keep up.
Oh, I was just waffling. You can ignore everything I said.
No, I mean, I want to repeat what Leto said, but I can't because I can't keep up.
Just say Japan is leading it.
I'll type it out.
Basically, just cough. It's basically just Japan is currently in the talks for leading the operation, which in turn would mean that there's less risk to any participating Bermuda agents, i.e., Lancelot.
For Lancelot specifically.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, yeah, appeal to her motherly instincts. Like,
She's French. She has no motherly I'm sorry, I'll stop with that now.
The Brit in you. Generational disdain.
It's so funny. I feel weird just reading it out like this.
I mean, you can rephrase it as Cordelia would say it, but
I don't know how she would say it. That's the problem. I'm like not suited for this at all.
So just read it. It's okay.
Because it's my turn. Delia will
None
say.
None of us are really politicians. It's a certain level of suspense of disbelief, anyway.
Also, in your
Yeah.
defense, this shit is fucking hard. Sam has made this incredibly hard.
It'd be hard if Roll20 wasn't fucking us.
Also that.
Truly. She'll say Japan is currently in the talks in leading this military operation. So there would be less of a risk on any Bermuda assets or agents involved. Hello?
Yes. Yes. Considering.
Jesus, don't do that, Sam.
You're good. I know you couldn't hear me. I was like, all right, let me see something. I didn't know if my mic picked that up. Okay. Gonna let Lancelot reroll. So, damn.
It's always hard to convince your mother.
It's always hard to convince your mother.
When
Hey,
it's
she
you
got-
saying the thing, it's so hard.
If the Japanese are in charge of this and they're going to put their people forward, doesn't sound like Bermuda agents are going to necessarily need to be involved. Top of the turn order. Since we skipped you before, we'll start with you, Cordelia. Is there something Cordelia would like to do? She doesn't have to give an argument.
Yeah.
She can just do a spell or do an action, something that's going to aid.
What do I have? Like, what can I do to help? Because I want to do that.
This depends on your...
Start endearing himself more to people.
What?
Just have Lestat endear himself to people. Everyone loves a cat.
Stat can give the help action.
Um,
Cordelia can use one of her spells if one of her spells seems applicable here. I don't know if she has like enhanced
it
ability.
also
Or...
might help, because I don't know if a lot of people were present at the time whenever you initially explained how these like little rolls go. I think
I've also been
wherever it's
gone.
yeah, like it's been a hot minute for a lot of people. Is it in group chat or in player resources where you have that list of
player resources.
yeah, y'all should look at the conditions and stuff and like the
I'll paste it here.
yeah. I would refresh yourself on that because that might help.
Top of the round.
To do at least something.
Yeah, top of the round. I'll go over one more time. This is an intrigue encounter, otherwise called a social combat. So you need a certain number of successes before you get a certain number of failures. There's sanity, which is like your social HP, but don't worry about that. I'll just tell you what that does for your character. There's these little actions you can take. They will produce those specific effects throughout the encounter. You don't have to take one of those actions. If instead, you could do the simple thing of provide your argument based on a roll that you'll make. You know, like You could use stealth and be like, we have this assassination operation. We're going to get around his people. We have these entryways. We have these ways of smuggling ourselves in. We have a strat. We can get close to him. Once we're close, we'll strike, make a stealth check. And if you succeed your stealth check, you get a success. You can use any skill that you're proficient in, unless it's one that has already been used by someone else. So, I think Milo has used persuasion and performance. Or, used performance, persuasion, and
performance.
Kobe used performance, and then Milo used persuasion, intimidation. So those are kind of like two avenues to take. It's make an argument, choose a skill check to make an argument with, and then make your argument, and based on your argument, I'll set the DC. Alternatively, you can take an intrigue action, which, as written there, specifies how it works and what it does. If you succeed your intrigue action, you do also get a success for the encounter.
Where was this in again?
Player resources.
I put the link to
Oh,
it inside HUD.
I was in the wrong place again.
Put the link to it inside HUD.
I just gotta say, Koff, I'm feeling your energy right now. Don't worry, you're not alone in this.
I personally would recommend if you're feeling like you're not sure what you want to do, calm could be a solid thing for her to do towards Koba. Loki,
Is he rattled?
you just got turned into a dog.
But is he rattled?
I mean, I did
Yes,
lose
he actually
sanity.
did. He did lose sanity.
Okay. I'll do that to help Koba out. I was looking at my spells. I do have enhance ability and borrowed knowledge, but those are the only things I could think of that would help at all.
To you. You guys probably have a few more rounds of this, so you can do it now. Come back to you next round. Do something. Up to you.
I think I want to help Koba with his lost sanity.
Got you. Make a DC 12 insight, persuasion, or performance check. Your choice. Oh wait, yeah. Insight, persuasion, or performance.
Oh dear lord. Roll 20.
No.
Why have you forsaken me?
Can I reroll that?
You can, with a hero point? Absolutely.
Yes, please. Echo, I need you to move your feet.
So Sam, are we still talking
Personally,
about
not
difficulty
blaming
at
you.
15?
You have two more counselors you can talk to after this.
When will this be done?
Duality!
Duality.
Man!
And I still have to fucking roll on it though.
Ah! No, you already did your nat 21 for your initiative.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Uh,
There you go,
Koba.
bestie.
Cordelia's steady voice is a balm to your soul. You can regain 2d6 plus double your sanity modifier. Sanity.
I'm just back and forth.
Back to full, yeah. You're immune to being disoriented, distracted, or provoked until the end of your next turn.
Oh yeah.
What
We
does
have a
Cordelia?
connection.
Yeah, what does Cordelia say to try and calm it? As they take this brief interim, just quick little whisper, discussion. Looks at the notes. What does Cordelia say?
Don't
to
do
him?
this to me. Don't do this to me. I didn't think about what she'd say.
Damn.
My fault, I suppose. Go to the next turn, I guess. Vale,
I'm sorry.
you are good. Or
Okay. So you said succeeding in intrigue actions also count
as successes, yeah?
I think the only one that might not
I-
count is a foil. That's a reaction to someone else.
Where's the success counter going up? She was successful, no?
They
Get
come.
up there!
I don't know.
For common foil, do not count.
There we go.
This is
Yeah.
bullshit. This is bullshit, Sam.
Common foil are not helping you succeed in convincing them to do it.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
It's not convincing them how much calmer Koba is.
I think it sets the mood of the whole thing.
I think it certainly helps Koba
Mm.
with his next roll.
You're making this shit impossible.
Alright.
Sorry, I'm being a loud peanut gallery. I'm gonna mute myself.
No worries. Alright, okay. In theory, Sam, what would you consider to be a sleight of hand check in this kind of thing?
Sleight of hand would be implying something that's requires dexterity, that's like very precise, either like an illusion, a trick, a theft, some sort of
Assassination.
some sort of way that you could communicate that you are good at being nimble or like very quick to act, like very dexterous
okay.
in that instance. I could see certain arguments like that, like, oh, like if we need to take something, if we need to steal something on your guy, if we need to like put something on them, plant something on your guy, if you need me to like open doorways that you don't think can be opened, that just require a little bit of finesse, I'm your man. That kind of stuff of like, I am very capable of accomplishing certain dexterous things that other people would find challenging, and then present what argument for what reason that is.
Alright, I will consider that. But this time I am going to try a probe action to De Leon. I'm going to ask her, where do your reservations lie on this topic? How may I smooth over such reservations? And I want to make an insight.
Contested by her charisma.
Right. Jesus.
Get away with it. That's level 20, so crazy.
Turns into a dog again.
Turns into a dog that can talk. There you go. What a benefit. What a boon.
Just a vessel ability now, I guess. Like,
Lamau! You permanently learn one relevant language.
Congratulations on that French.
I already know French.
Already knows French. That would have been pretty good for Milo.
You could learn Norse if you'd like. I don't know.
Relevant to De Leon, like. Yeah, I'm a little stuck there. Relevant languages are pretty narrow in that regard.
Should I reroll?
I think you should reroll. Oh, well that's... Huh. Transmutation. You gain the ability to change the color of your skin, hair, and eyes.
Okay.
Lucky.
Everyone gets the fun ones.
Say for the next week.
Oh boy.
Find however use you can find for that.
Well, we'll fucking see.
All right. What reservations do you have that we could put to rest? That was a question, right?
Yeah. And crit success, I think I get. Yeah, what is the crit success on that again?
If you get 2 answers that she must answer truthfully, if she tries to mislead, she takes the disoriented condition. Reservations. My reservations are that by legitimizing the Zaki and therefore Aslan's conquest, we legitimize that vessels and leading military factions involving them can eventually come to be recognized if they just warmonger enough. It sets a bad precedent. What is to stop another vessel faction from taking over, steamrolling the enemies with impunity until finally the world capitulates and, well, appeases them? It leaves a bad taste in my mouth to seek appeasement as another method to stop a tyrannical dictator.
But I'm not offering appeasement. If anything, I'm offering a subterfuge.
My second issue is that I do not trust anyone else to carry out such a military operation successfully. I believe you're going to get a lot of innocent people killed. Well, innocents being men who could be better placed elsewhere. But you can always try.
Would you be pliable to a joint operation between you and the Japanese forces?
Of course, I would not be opposed. She looks to her side to Walton. It would likely be in their best interest to allow me to take the reins of this operation and at least the logistics side. Do you have a way of ensuring that this happens? Do you have enough sway to make it so? Two successes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is her question for her turn.
I hold connections within the Tokugawas. I would merely need another meeting with the Japanese ambassador.
And the ground forces will be provided by the Japanese primarily, or are there other ground forces involved?
At the current stage of the plan, the specific logistics of the force breakdown has not been discussed, for we're still figuring out who we can get at the table.
Makes her notes. 2 Titans. Who are they?
Of Bermuda?
Mm-hmm.
Telepathically. That's not classified, yeah?
No. You can tell her.
Then he'll then ask again, do we not have 3 Titans?
I don't believe she wants me to go. That's all.
Ah. Okay. Commander Templar and Commander Shugo.
The Kinesis Knights and Master Ryu, the Dragon General. Correct?
Yes.
Your notes. I'm seeing a lot of pieces, and I don't believe you have a board to play with. Who exactly is going to be making the executive decisions for this operation?
The executive decisions. Koba will then once again reroute to Templar of like, what can I say here?
We don't have an executive currently in charge of this unless we are going to just name the Shogun as our executive. Does not seem a best move in this situation, even though that is kind of what you alluded to with Prime Minister Hayato. If this operation is being conducted from the Olympus, you can say Admiral Gutierrez.
From the Bermuda side of things, it would be Admiral Gutierrez.
Lovely. Always good to see that man. Makes her notes. 1 success. With the money. If we're going to assassinate the king, you have done a comprehensive measurement of exactly how powerful your scions are. This is a Titan. He can vary. Highest we've ever recorded him is Scion 8. But put him in front of enough people, enough powerful enemies, and his will might carry him over that extra bit. A Scion 9 on the field, well, how many of your forces can match that power?
Once again, rerouting to Templar. That's gotta be confidential, yeah?
Yes, we can't exactly answer that directly, but you can say that me and Shugo would be able to keep up with such a power, with the right backing and the proper coordination, referring to De Leon's own hand in the matter, and the right tech upgrades from Molten. We should be able to match them. Match the king, at least.
With the correct military strategies and placements, Commander Shugo and Commander Templar can match that.
with the right resources as well, potential technologies from gestures to Walton, Mr. Walton as well.
Okay, that's nice. Designing something for the Kinesis Night. Always been a little dream of mine. As the Jagged General, I heard he had Norway recently. Took that out, right? Must have had a bad reaction. He probes. You can make a save of your choice for your mental stat.
Yeah. Wisdom, here we go again.
This session is crazy.
My God, we need a counter at this point.
We really do.
We need to get anyone in pro.
He rolled the 26. You must answer
Pro.
2 of his questions truthfully.
Shay, we need you, Shay.
It's Kova will say, or I guess I'll say, what is classified here? I actually wasn't told if any of this was classified. This shit got posted on social media.
Yeah, it's not classified
okay.
that he had Norware and then had it removed. That was anyone could kind of make that discernment.
Kobo will just say he no longer felt he had need for it, from my understanding.
I think I could convince him to take one of my installations.
Admittedly, I do not know the man very well. So, hard for me to say what could convince him. I'm a lot more familiar with my own commander.
Understandable. Psycho.
To be honest, also kind of lost on what I could do. I'd rather just be a support role.
You can give someone a help action. Use your
Yeah,
spells to
I'll-
support.
I'll do that. Yeah, give bardic inspirations and shit. I don't really plan on doing a lot of talking. I don't really understand the social thing, but if someone wants like a bardic inspiration or when it really matters, like a nat 20, then yeah, sure.
Hinatori can talk to them. They have their HUDs on.
She'll say, "Is there anything I can do to help?"
I can't answer it to the HUD. I'll say to Templar, ask Kinatori, like what?
Like what?
They're asking about Shugo, aren't they?
They're asking if he'll take one of Walton's Norware implants. I don't believe your father
Does it have to be?
would want to.
Does it have to be Shugo?
It's unnecessary right now. Look, y'all need a scapegoat. Use me, I swear. Like, you need a Bion? I'm right here.
We have my cousin and also my uncle who would be able to utilize it. So
I
that's all I'm
suppose
saying.
if they're going to be on this raid, that could be something Koba proposes.
All right.
Who does Cyrus give the help action to, and who does he give his bardic inspiration to?
I'll give the help action to Vale, and I'll use the bardic inspiration as a reaction.
Type shit.
Bulldog.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out. Where are we in the conversation currently? Between all the like help actions and stuff, I got lost.
Currently at what is this assassination like chain of command look like? Like who is in charge? What people are actually going to be in it? Like actually planning out what are all the resources we have, so then we can come up with a plan. Like she's trying to inquire like who else is involved in this raid, and then like whose support can we count on, type shit like that.
Well, so far we have the combined help of Bermuda, the Japanese government, the Russian military, and hopefully by the end of this meeting, you and the French ambassadorship.
The Russians agreed to this. They're going to offer military support.
Bulldog nods his head.
Damn, did they?
They said we'll talk to the
I-
president about it.
I'm counting Vok. I'm counting Vokson as military support.
Okay, no, but like
They
they
offer
said they're gonna talk to people. There's not been confirmation of shit, so
mean,
I would not
shit.
say that with such full confidence.
I respect that full confidence. You say you lie with your chest, man.
You know, you got that shit, bro. You got it.
You know what? Yeah, he's just saying it. Okay.
Yeah, we need to vote.
And so we can count on the Ritsas to be a part of this operation. Ideally, they're top 10.
The Ritas are separate to the Ritas are separate to the Russian military, at least as far as Voxen is able to currently provide. But we are in the process of getting them on board as well.
Hello.
Hope you don't see my fingers crossed behind them.
Oh, that'd be like a...
Like we internally are like, that's not even a little bit true.
I was gonna say, what would that be?
I mean,
That's
his
a
version
deception
of
check if
in,
I've ever
Yes.
heard one.
Deception.
his version of in the process is basically he's just now started to consider it as a possibility in this current moment, which technically is in the process, in the opening process.
I mean, if you're thinking top 10, does Templar count as a top 10 still?
He needs to be regraded.
She needs to be
I mean, look,
ranked.
I'm sure we could convince some people. I'm sure if we went to the Ritas, we went like, please, hey guys,
God.
do you mind? I think we'd get a few people on board.
You know what? Lie to your heart's content and roll that
You-
deception roll, okay?
I'll be the sacrifice for that.
Give me a DC.
We could get people who want to do it.
Give me a DC 15 deception.
Very well. I'm sure with the rolls today, nothing could go wrong. Oh! Holy me!
You gotta untick that guidance box, brother.
I'm keeping that on.
Alright.
No, you're right, you're right.
He believes him. Or at least she's going to note that that is a possibility that they can count on. Walton
Possibility
says-
ain't a promise, all I'm saying. We could not do shit from here and technically we've fulfilled our promise.
Was that a success?
That was a success.
Yeah.
Huzzah!
1 to 8. halfway there. She folds one leg over the other, kind of moves some of her hair back, looking at her notes. Lancelot taps his finger on the table. How much are we willing to actually put a stake on, well, this assassination happening before the Vempri pull up? You think we can actually get all these people to agree to be in one room together, go to one place together, and lay down their lives together before that happens?
Oh, that
Bulldog
is
would
abs-
say- Bulldog would say telepathically to Remnant, that's already what we're going to be doing with the Vempri, so might as well have a warm-up round. You know shit's bad when Aslan's the fucking warm-up.
Wait, that's a baller angle, actually. Hang on.
Look, if there's one thing that I can reliably do, it's accidentally stumble my way into making good points.
For real though,
You want to present that, Cordelia, or?
what exactly was the angle? I'm super sorry.
Essentially, the angle of collectively we're already training or preparing to face the Vempri together. What greater warm up than a terrestrial threat on our planet? You know, for collaboration's sake.
I feel like I got lost somewhere.
I can present it if you prefer.
I don't know where it came from.
Essentially, Lancelot went, like, how reliably can we ensure that people are going to work together and collaborate to take Aslan down before the Vempri show up?
Oh, I completely missed those words. I'm so sorry.
No worries. And then the suggestion was, hey, we can use Aslan as like a trial for that. Like, what better way to build up to the Vempri and that big collaboration than with this?
Okay. I see it now. I don't know why I completely didn't hear any of what Lancelot said. But she could present that. If that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Just need someone to answer his questions. So I was like, I don't want to give opportunity for everyone to say some stuff, you know?
I just feel really out of it, and I feel bad.
No worries, we all have those days.
But since Milo said that Cordelia will absolutely steal that credit, give me a second. We're already collaborating with the Vempri attack coming up. So, this is just a warm-up.
I like that. A warm-up. Yeah. If the GDF's really gonna take on a whole enemy invasion force, we gotta prove that we can actually, coordinate. Ma, they put you in charge. She stares sharply at him, giving him daggers. No.
Oh.
If there's anyone
at the war table,
yeah, he's in my mind. If anyone can take this global defense front and actually give them a trial run that'll get the least amount of people killed before the Vempri pull up, it's you. Cordelia!
Me, my turn again?
No, roll me
Oh,
a check.
a
What check?
check.
Whichever check do you think is most appropriate for this proposal?
That someone else hasn't used
Uh,
still?
It could be one that someone else has used. This is to support Lancelot.
Survival.
Roll your survival.
Talking to mom is a survival mode. Among other reasons I have for using survival.
Give him a +5 to his roll.
Lancelot.
Lancelot, hermano.
Please.
She can make an insight check.
Why?
Oh my god, dude.
He's at 14 to her 17. Does he have anything he can add?
Is there anything we can do to help this man?
Y'all can use your spells and inspirations or whatever the fuck. If y'all can use this reaction.
I feel so
Cyrus.
bad for him.
Cyrus Nat won this woman.
Go on, Cyrus. You have a chance to do something very funny.
Please give him something. Help him. Can I give him my inspiration?
Not one DeLeon right fucking now.
I'll give him anything.
It's so funny.
My man needs something.
I'm
Okay.
not joking.
There.
That one DeLeon right now. Shit.
I don't know if he's there.
Would I boost his skills if Mallow flashed the pants?
just drop trousers real quick.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I got this itch. I need to scratch real quick. Drops his fucking pants.
Yay! Is Shay still with us?
It don't sound like it.
Can we just
Oh,
retroactively use it?
Oh, let me try calling this man.
He
before
said
we
he was
start
gonna-
burning his resources.
He said he was gonna give him an inspiration die, so I'll roll the inspiration die first and see if that works.
Can I give him my inspiration die too?
Ah! That's one less
wow.
bardic inspiration. That succeeds. That is
That's
2
incredible. What did that give him?
successes for the collective. You got out.
Said you got it. I
What the?
consider Cyrus's character sheet a resource pool then.
Screaming, crying.
1 to 10. Pretty good. She makes a note of that. A little half smile on her face, considering that, as we spin back to Remnant. Let's take a quick break. Let's come back. 5 minutes, 35. I'll be right back.
Y'all, we just need to hit 5 more before we fuck up twice.
5? I hate
Mhm.
this. How many times have we fucked up?
Once.
Yeah.
Sorry, 3. We need 3 fuck ups in total. So we have 2. We have 2 more fuck ups before we lose. But we just need to get 5 more W's.
You got it. You got it.
5 W's is
We have it-
crazy.
But we have been getting 2 successes here and there, you know. So
Just gotta crit a few more times.
We just got a nat 20.
Got a nat
For
20,
everything.
And you know what? We have this really cool person who thinks things are funny that can nat 20 people. So
you do that.
We can just use that.
we
Yeah,
can
the
just
Cyrus
use
sheet is the resource pool, but you know we gotta save those for the emergency.
for sure. For
I mean, to be
sure.
fair, don't we have like a while after this? Like we have a little bit of a break, so we could just recharge those resource pools later.
I don't think Cyrus gonna step in the room again after this high key, but
yeah. Oh my goodness. Roll20 has been y'all's biggest up today, I swear.
Not only is this the hardest one, I think,
It is.
Roll20 has been not kind to us.
Cruel. It has been very cruel.
The stress is immense.
Hi.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I keep I don't know what it is. I'm only hearing like half the conversation half the time. And I'm putting so much into trying to remember what was said.
Yeah,
That makes the other half make sense for me.
Don't get me wrong, I love these kinds of things, but they are like very. You have to focus a lot more than usual D&D, just because you got to like carry. It's like one. It's basically just like a D&D debate. You got to like.
Well,
It is.
listen to
Yeah.
everything that's going
It's not
on.
even just like that. I really am like disassociating. I
Yeah.
straight up did not hear anything Lancelot said. So when I got Bulldog's response in Cordelia's head, I was trying so hard to go back to what prompted that. What words did I actually just miss right now?
Mm.
I'm gonna get my glasses.
Dale. I am back.
I'm gonna see if that maybe if my eyes focus, my brain will focus.
For real.
Respect it.
Gotta pick up a fidget toy, start stimming.
These social
I
combats.
lost my fidget toys in the move.
These social combats will be
Ah.
rare and far in between. Like, usually when you need to convince someone to do something, or there's a hostage situation and you need to talk someone out of killing somebody.
I feel like I don't think these are necessarily like that bad. I just think this is a new thing and we're not used to it at all, and you've thrown them into the fucking wolf's den.
We got the worst one.
The first two,
All of 'em.
I think, were like medium difficulty. This is hard. The next
Right.
two should
Yeah,
be easy
but like,
difficulty.
keep in mind, we were like the fucking initial people there, and most of the people who are currently in this room were not present for watching how those interactions go.
That is unfortunate. That is an unfortunate reality to live in.
So, well, it's just like a thing of like, this is a new thing. We didn't necessarily go over the rules of how it works. We didn't get like a practice round or anything. Y'all just went straight into it. You know?
I will try to prepare you guys better next time. But I think you guys are doing fine. It's
Y'all are doing great. It's just the
Yeah.
fucking rolls that are disgusting.
You know, if you were gonna ask
Want us to
me
win.
when I joined this campaign, oh man, which character's gonna activate a political combat situation? You know, I never would have said Koba. Never would have said Koba. Figured, that's some Hinatori shit right there.
Yeah.
A political combat situation? That's absolutely not my character.
Definitely Mika's thing. I think Mika did great in court too.
Rue.
I'm sorry, kitty. I have to get my glasses, please. Oh my goodness.
How many do we have after this? I know we had we've got France. Have we got Britain?
We have Britain and we have Germany. Assuming we succeed on this one, we only need to do one more.
Germany. Gotcha.
Deutschland.
Mm-hmm. Who's looking easy to convince?
I think we just have more angles with Montebatten, but Bergman just seems like a generally nice man.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome.
You're at the top of the new turn. So, I want everyone here to give me intelligence saving throws. DC 20.
What?
I have a bonus to that, don't I?
And we all have +4s.
Because of
True.
It's so funny.
It just hasn't mattered for any of my rolls because all I do is crit fail.
I just have to. Oh, thank God!
Saving throw.
The help
Mhm.
action that Cyrus gave me, that doesn't help with saving throws, does it?
No. Only ability checks.
In that case, let's go resistance. Light work. DC 20, we hit those every damn week.
C rolls. These nat 20s are fucking me up, bro. I'm just thinking, like, the amount of wild magic surges. Oh. Great. Everyone succeeded. You're good. Psycho. What is one relevant secret in this moment that you feel would just be grief to have revealed or said aloud or mentioned? One piece of information, a detail, an event, a recollection, a question even. Something that you're like, that would be really grief and really throw off our flow to say or mention this.
How much I'm trying to smash General Leon.
I'll take that answer.
What?
I will take that answer.
I didn't even hear what he said.
Smash.
He said
How much he wants to spend?
How much wants to smash?
Just
the general.
Fuck's sake.
Remnant, you're up.
And then
Good
no
luck
further
following that up.
elaboration. No follow-up is crazy, Samuel.
Hang on. Move that out of the way.
Don't worry about it.
Let me see here. So I kind of want to use a spell to help with future arguments.
Okay.
I do have enhance ability. I can post that if we need to see that.
Please. Excellent.
But I also have borrowed knowledge, and I think that might be interesting as well.
Give proficiency in one skill you are not proficient in. Give advantage to certain kinds of checks. Both can be very useful. Just looking kind of. You can upcast enhance ability, right? Yeah, you can.
If you want to burn a spell slot, you could hit all of us with fucking probably an eagle splendor is just generally not a bad way to go. Because although what charisma checks do we have left that we've burned? We've done performance, we've done
Intimidation.
Mal did a persuasion, yeah.
Intimidation and
And
persuasion.
we also did deception. So we're out of charismas right now.
Are there
Shit.
still any intelligence angles? I mean,
no one's done an investigation. No one. I don't think anyone's done a history yet either.
I'm still kind of feeling that borrowed knowledge might help a little more if we've exhausted all our charisma.
That would, bar knowledge. That would give one of us an extra proficiency. But I guess for wanting to whip that out, consider which argument you want to use with a proficiency.
Yeah. Who here has an argument that they wish they were proficient in? Or a skill that they wish they were proficient in to make an argument? It's like, man, if I had if I had this Arcana proficiency, I could bust out this argument real quick. Something along those lines.
I think I could have an argument with an Arcana check. And I'm not proficient in Arcana.
Yes. And I know it says it's for myself, but could I use it in this instance on someone else?
Oh, I didn't even realize it's only self. Yeah, I'd allow it. For the social encounter, I'd allow it, yeah.
It's loud because I'm a vassal type shit.
Yeah. If you're in the Norse club, you're in.
I'll give that aid to Fail since he's literally next. Is that a level 1 spell?
Second level.
I've already forgotten. Second level? It's second. Give me back my level 1 spell. Then I'll do that. Give him a cool old spirit to whisper in his ear.
You see a skeleton.
The ancient Norse shaman.
Yeah, an ancient Norse shaman, you know. Ceremonial leathers and straps of cloth hanging off their chest, tattered. What? Stand behind you like the skeleton guy with the violin. He just puts his hands on his knees, hunches over, looking at the table in front of you like he's gonna help you coordinate this shit. Is what you hear.
The schizophrenia has returned.
Returned?
What?
But the skeleton looks locked in though. He's looking at the table like, yeah, let me assess real quick. Let me cook. You know, he looks locked in. Is that the end of Remnant?
Yeah, that is that'd be my action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think so, yeah. I don't remember if I have anything else I can do.
Bet. Fail. You see her making her notes. She seems to be compiling still just the chain of command, who's exactly all the logistics of it is what she's trying to get pinned down so she can actually start making a plan. But you're free to make an argument, present more information. She seems to be a very fast note taker anyway.
Kobo will say, in support of your interests of the least men dying for this cause, you may not believe in the story of the drowning, but it still holds precedence. It is still a weakness that man carries. I can tell you from personal experience, his presence does not work on electronics. There's a reason he keeps Lek close most of the time. If it is possible to get a sizable force of automated automatons or mechs from the capabilities of you and Walton, could very much so aid. And with a sizable force of automatons, that's less soldiers dying as well.
Roll Your check. Arcana.
Yeah.
DC 16.
You're now proficient in it.
Yeehaw.
Let's fucking go! Okay. That is one more success.
Wasn't
Crying.
there a thing? Sorry, I'm trying to really help y'all out with as many arguments as I can. Wasn't there a bit last time where like if it hit like a specific scratch, it was like an extra point?
Mm-hmm. That
It's
is.
not one of those things.
I suppose this would count now. This would count. You're right. I'll give you this. Looking over her
God
likes,
bless
I'm
you,
like,
Sham. I did not remember that.
yeah, no, this
Bro, I'm
this
trying so
would.
hard, like,
Yeah,
I'm locked in.
this would hit her likes. All right. She makes a new note for that. Starts compiling that information. If his sphere does not infect a machine, he can't feed off of it. Are there any machines even capable of putting a scratch on the king? Looks to Walton. Walton looks to Koba. You know, have you ever seen an automaton or mech or tank put any scratches on the man?
Later question. I want to say yes. Like,
There's definitely been a tank that probably just shot him in the face. And like, you know, cut to poof of smoke clearing. He just kind of wipes his nose like, okay, that was a nosebleed level of hit. But not much beyond that, no.
I would say, yes, he can be harmed by mix. The yield has to be fairly large, though.
What's the highest yield you've seen him get hit by that mattered?
A tank shell.
Leon writes that down. 105mm likely. It's used against ground forces, heavy explosive.
I want to go higher than that.
Likely. I could cook up something. Looks around the table for a second. And she will not do that because she already asked her question. Gonna move on to money. He drums his fingers on the table. Again, this is like antsiness, unsettledness that he has in his demeanor, calculating in his mind. If Aslan, if the Zaki are giving this ambassadorship, they're going to keep pushing on Cairo, no? Or is that part of the negotiations?
Provided Aslan gone, the pride falls to me. I take the empire. I have no aspirations for dominating Africa under a single banner.
Which would be great for dissolving the empire, but Cairo is still going to fall long before any of our men put a hand on Aslan.
How long does Hira have by your estimations?
Thanks. A month? If we can distract them, maybe 2.
We can get into the works of an appropriate distraction, then.
February strike. Maybe early March.
That-
She makes a note.
That one would have to be quite black ops, so you can't come to any tables talking about forces collectivizing against him.
Considers. If it's misinformation that needs to be spread to keep him distracted, that can be arranged. It's more so the fact that he may not care for whatever information we have to spread. If he has his eyes set on Cairo and that is his obsession, then that is what he will strike. Don't know what else we could put in front of the king that would actually move him away from that goal.
Koba sort of grins a bit. Well, you may not believe me to be a Monfu, but the Pride does, and so does Aslan. He very recently confirmed my survival, so if word got around that I was making movements within his territory, well, I don't think he could stand for that.
You want to put yourself as bait. What, in Africa?
Yes.
Actually, not a bad idea. How would you go about making yourself bait? Just plant yourself in behind enemy lines and what? Pull a Che Guevara?
I could just begin appearing in public locations, proclaiming myself and then disappearing before he or the Pride can get there to cause problems.
You can do this. You have a extraction ability, or
Yes.
she is looking at him expectantly, like, go on.
Ah,
Batting her eyes.
Delia, your hand, please.
She will give her hand.
He'll tap it, mark her, and then he will stand up and exit the room. And then he'll appear next to Cordelia. or reappear next to Cordelia. Those marks can last up to an hour, so provided I'm dropped off in a location, I have an hour, and then I can extract myself to wherever a said mark is left.
Well, he nods slowly. For the first time, you see him, like, more pulled in by the conversation. Kind of sits up a little, like, you can do that on anybody. How many of those can you do? How many times?
Or
In a day?
Please reset on a long rest. Yes. Within a day, I can do 4.
And mark lasts, you said? Indefinitely?
An hour.
An hour. General, I know. He makes more notes. That's a success.
Can I insight check that?
You can make an insight.
Yeah, like what the fuck was that?
She is clickety clacking away at her tablet. Obviously, it doesn't have a clickety clack sound, but she's typing away, adding note after note, almost like filling up a page within a few seconds. Not a few seconds, but a couple seconds. And you could see everyone on this side, even Lancelot to some degree, see him teleport, and all of their eyes light up. Like, that is something astonishing. Teleportation is a rare feat. It immediately seemed to have given Amani some idea or some inspiration, which Dillion seemed to have been on the same wavelength with him.
Cordelia's so proud of Bale. She's so proud of him.
Oh.
Psycho, supportive role. Bulldog.
Hello.
Alright, we need 2 more successes, Bulldog. Bring us home.
Final stretch.
Okay. Catch me up with what's just been discussed. I was just out of the room.
I flex teleportation.
Flex tele. Well, are they asking us to flex our abilities?
No, wait. Okay, essentially, I was saying that he was mentioning that he doesn't think Cairo will last more than a month unless a distraction was given, and then I said that, or we could potentially run misinformation, and then I said I could start appearing in places. I don't think he could really stand for me making moves within his territory. And then they said, do you have an extraction ability? And I said yes, and then they looked at me expectantly, like I would show them, so then I showed them that I could teleport, and said that I can teleport to a mark as long as it is there for within an hour. And other thing that I'm not sure if you were here for was me mentioning the robots, or the mechs, and how Aslan's abilities don't work on them.
Okay. Well, building off of that, perhaps Bulldog would
Consider your
turn
skill
to
checks.
Bolton. Pardon, sorry?
Consider which ability you're gonna use.
Okay. Well, he would turn to... Go on.
I was gonna ask, what proficiencies do you have left?
I don't know what was used by you.
I've used Arcana. Name your proficiencies that you have left, so we know if there's any more that you can lean on.
In terms of relevant proficiencies, history.
Okay, I don't think we've used history yet.
Arcana.
We've used Arcana.
Perception.
We haven't used Perception yet.
Perhaps religion.
We also haven't used Religion. So, those are your angles.
Okay. Pardon me. Okay. Could Milo try and analyze their body language and try and, kind of discern where each of them is sitting? Like, as in, how are they reacting? Do they look eager to accept? Are they, open to anything?
Make an insight
That
check,
kind
yeah.
of stuff. Insight?
Mm-hmm.
Help.
Help. I think Psycho would have probably given you the help action, so you could go ahead and roll one more time.
Okay.
giving his bardic inspiration
Oh,
to Koba.
9/11. Thank you.
Oh no. With an 11. Amani setup, you saw that, like, as soon as he saw the teleportation from Koba, he kind of sits up a little bit more intrigued now by the possibilities. Walton has the same tired half smile, very, like, it seems like he's almost dissociating at times, but you can see his eyes are still tracking everyone as they're talking, still giving them their full attention. It just kind of feels like he's not there, or maybe he's somewhere else while also being here. The conversation doesn't really seem to be swaying him in any particular direction. You can't read anything on him at a glance like that. DeLeon doesn't seem swayed, but she is paying very close attention. She's making a lot of notes of what's being discussed, and she's asking a lot of questions, so she's at least entertaining the proposal. All right. A woman with her time schedule, if she really didn't want to even hear this out, if she just thought this was a stupid idea, she would not be working this hard.
Okay.
And Lancelot just seems happy to be here. Doesn't really seem, again, all that invested in the conversation. He's just kind of here to snoop, to eavesdrop.
Here for the tea.
He's here for the tea.
Okay, so I'm going to make a proposal. I don't know how much I can do on my turn. I was thinking of going for either or both, allowed, a history check for Disciple Walton to see if I can recall any personal details about his, if he has any like robot productions. I imagine a man of his size.
Yes, he is leading in robotics, in at least the United States robotics industry, for sure.
And hopefully using that information to convince him and to get his interest, providing Robot Army backing up what Koba had said earlier about, resisting Aslan's effects, and /or just kind of making a general plea to the room, but maybe with a few longer gazes on Mr. Leone over here, for unity and strength in unity against their shared common enemy of Aslan. I don't know if I can do all that.
That is a lot. I'll say pick the thing you want to make a check for the most. Like, really?
Well, I have trash history. I'm hoping that whoever comes after me, Remnant, might have better history than me. I'm not sure.
I don't think Remnant's here right now.
Yeah, she got up.
Well, I've got a 0, so I'm going to go out and assume she does. So I'm going to go for a flat charisma, if possible.
It has to be a skill you're proficient in.
Don't know what charisma rolls.
This should make me suffer.
Could also take an intrigue.
An intrigue.
You could
I have to
probe.
read up on that shit, don't I?
Yeah, if you do the probe and you succeed, because we can probe without using one of these checks, yeah? Or like we can use any check for probe? We don't need to use a prerequisite check, or do we need...
It requires a check because they're contesting your
probing about his robotics unit for sure.
Depends on the angle you take to probe, whether it's subtle or direct or indirect. Like, depending on how you ask him what you're trying to find out, will determine what check you use. So you could try to probe him with history. That would make sense. Just depends on what like how you phrase it.
I'm gonna say sway.
Sway.
Mm-hmm. He's just gonna go. Look, all of us here don't want Aslan to get what he wants, but sometimes, in order to get an enemy in a position where they are the most vulnerable, we have to lure them in with false promises. And that's what we're proposing here today. We give the ambassadorship to Zaki, we draw Aslan out of his hiding hole, and we make him, and then he snaps. We strike him when he's at his most unsuspecting. Now, I understand that this is unprecedented, this level of collaboration, but something even greater than Aslan is coming to the horizon. We're going to need to be prepared to stand against that, not individually, but together as one single unit. As already mentioned by Agent Remnant earlier, this is a prime opportunity for us to test those waters and for us to better communicate with each other and grow stronger as a unit. Now, I'm asking you this not as an agent of Bermuda or as a government vessel, but as a citizen of this planet, just like you and just like everyone else here. I need you to agree to this deal. For the sake of the planet, it's the best opportunity.
Roll for groveling.
It would be grovel.
That was a
He'd be groveling and begging and pleading.
that was a pretty good, grovel, plea, or beg. What check would that be? This doesn't have to be from the list. That's giving good persuasion. That's giving persuasion or intimidation. So I'll let you pick between those two.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Wouldn't it be so funny if he nat 20'd on that? That would be so funny, wouldn't it, Cyrus?
Man, it would
So
be
funny.
really fucking funny.
Shay. Hey baby boy. Shay.
Sure.
Thank you, baby.
All right, let me see if she nat 20s.
The most deep
Oh, we needed it.
voiced
Oh.
sure I've ever heard.
Let me see if she nat 20 is diabolical.
You never know. It's happened. I've seen Koba get out nat 20 before.
I'm still traumatized.
It happens. That's a critical success. Your words flood their heart, strike their core. They become charmed or frightened by something of your choice until the end of their next turn. They become charmed or frightened of what from your arguments? Well, I'll say that doesn't matter too much, but it's a nice little bow to wrap it up of, because you guys did reach 15.
Charmed by my desperate pleading eyes.
You are an adorable pup.
Lancelot turns to his mom. Hey, back off, mom.
And so it's just like awkward smile, like haha. Anyway. You've made a fascinating offer. I already had some plans in the works for dealing with Aslan. Of course, if the right opportunity presented itself to execute upon them. I hope you have facilitated the right opportunity. I hope that the Japanese are willing to listen to reason. And I hope whoever you have talking to them can also get them to listen to reason. I'll confer with the French president, and if there's something that seems good for our military intelligence to invest in, you can expect a call from me. Oh, I suppose Admiral Gutierrez would be expecting a call from me. I know he'll like that. She stands promptly. Is
Thank you very much
that
for your
all?
time, Madame de Leon.
Of course. She extends a hand out to shake his. She'll
You shake it.
extend the same hand out to each of them, shaking everyone.
Thank you so much.
Cyrus kisses it.
She tilts her head at him, lets him do so, for then offering the same hand to Milo.
Milo
Yes.
shakes her hand and just goes, "Thank you so much," and he salutes again.
Makes her prompt way out.
You failed the check. You're supposed to kiss it too.
Clacking of her heels.
I'm letting Cyrus have this. I'm letting Cyrus have this.
Walton stands up, kind of adjusts his coat, adjusts his collar, you know, little fix up, and then looks to all of you, shakes your hand. Glad to see the Bermuda agents are still on top of the game. It's turned out to be quite the investment I made in y'all. I hope my investment pays more dividends, more benefits. He looks between Koba and Cordelia. Till next time.
I'm inside in that. The fuck? Why you looking at me and Cordelia like that? What the fuck was that?
Wait, is this motherfucker in the fucking little cult thing that you'll have going on?
And if that bitch wasn't
I'll
high
scream if
enough,
he is.
Is he a
That bitch
Templar? Oh,
wasn't
maybe he's a
high enough.
Templar. Maybe he's a Templar. He
I'm
is rich and
dropping-
powerful.
what does a 26 give me, Sam? What the fuck was that?
26.
Foundation members can also be rich and powerful.
Also true. 26. He has this amusement watching you two. And it seems to only be you two. Whenever Psycho or Milo churn up, like, he still gives them the same, like, full attentiveness, you know, real professional. But with you two, it just has this slight upwards in his smirk that maybe he recognizes you. Maybe he knows you. Maybe that's what it is. And it's kind of like he's seen you somewhere before. Or maybe he's heard of you. Maybe there's this something about you that he's heard before.
Was this man ever in New Orleans?
You can tell from the 26, he recognizes you. That's why that's where the amusement's coming from. It's kind of like he's watching someone who doesn't know that they know him at work. You know, like someone in the front row of a class. It's like very like, oh, I know where this is going type shit. No one has any more further comments. He makes his way out. Monty shakes everyone's hand as well, looking at Koba primarily. Try to keep your life, friend.
Cool. You as well.
There's been plenty of martyrs in the Zaki. I assure you, one more is not going to help anybody. Turns. And he makes his way out. Lancelot stays for a second. Kind of just waits for everyone to walk out. Looks at the rest of y'all. Off the record. Y'all don't fuck with my mom. Cool?
Huh?
I got you there. No
one
plans
here.
on it. Don't worry.
No one here fucks with my mom. Cool?
Yeah, we're cool.
That.
Milo deliberately stands in front of Cyrus, blocking him from view.
That sounds reasonable.
Love to hear it. See? Everyone in this fucking room has a brain. Let's go. Alright. Catch y'all at training later.
See you around.
Take care.
This is prompt way out with them. In this scene, where the room closes.
Koba lies down on the ground.
Templar says through everyone's HUDs. A dog, huh? That's rough, buddy.
Nah, you
Oh.
tell
Big
me
whoop,
what's in this
huh?
Russian air. Cause what are we talking about?
It happens to the best of us. We like to call them Aether hiccups, but that's only because they're minor. Well, you don't want to know what it's like to have a really bad Aether break.
If it matters, you were a very cute dog.
I was about to say the same thing.
Adorable. Truly, I think that's exactly what got us.
Send him a
dogs.
screenshot of what he looked like as a dog.
Do someone else's HUD. Look.
I wish I was in that room. I could have pet you. My biggest regrets.
Real.
Did you private message to Tommy? Surely you didn't send that to Varney already, right?
Oh no, I definitely sent it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Checks his
I don't know
phone.
what you're playing.
Forwarded screenshot. Just a bunch of letters in no coherent arrangements, and then heart emojis.
Like it's genuine. It's like it's cropped in a way that's literally only him as a dog. And
Yeah,
like,
no
no
context. Just a dog in an office chair, at the head of an
We were
office
chatting.
chair. Very professional looking.
The dog looks
no one
sad
else is in
too.
it.
Yeah.
He's a people.
Yeah.
Sad office dog.
New character thing. Everyone pick a dog for your character.
Ugh, love it.
That's fun.
Oh boy, I wonder what mine will be.
What is it?
Pitbull.
Pitbull's crazy.
Dale.
Pitbull's a crazy thing to say when his name is
Dale.
literally Bulldog.
Oh,
That
that's
was the
brilliant.
joke.
Oh!
Whoosh.
Whoosh.
So, here's where I have to ask, because I think it's only appropriate to ask. We only have 40 minutes left for the session. I don't think we're going to get through Mountbatten and Bergman, or Bergman, in that amount of time.
I think we can.
Is that a challenge?
Oh.
See, just a suggestion, right? Bulldog could just go to the German Chancellor, you owe me.
See, we tried that with the Japanese chancellor, and that didn't work.
Yeah, but like
At
this
all.
guy values honor and sticking by your code. So
Yeah, this
even-
is different.
This guy's not a Yakuza.
He's not an asshole.
Yeah, this one's not a Yakuza.
Just go to Bergman and go, please, 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 please.
Have dinner
Just-
with me, please.
Just go and just Milo takes off his helmet and just whooshes his hair around. Just go. Oh well.
Are we trying to
it's
sell
me
this
and you
man?
here, Prime Minister? Do you remember that IOU you wrote me?
I
Cashing it in.
will propose this. We don't have to. You guys have 5 out of 7 already, so you have majority.
Still
as it
majority,
stands.
yeah.
We can, if we want, we can kind of off-screen those 2 engagements, just because there's some more tea going on here that I feel is best expressed later.
The thing is, I'm loving. It entirely depends on everyone else. I'm loving these little debate things. But if you genuinely think it's for the best, going past them or reducing them, then I'll go with that. Particularly if other people aren't enjoying it as much. But I mean, I'm fine with continuing.
I was just disassociating. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's not.
Well,
It wasn't.
competitive, and I hate Roll20 because I've been having beef with Roll20 for the last 2 months.
I will suggest, Sam,
Yes.
if we're looking to fill these last 40 minutes, Templar
It's
did
been 2 months, my dear.
drinks.
It's been 2 months for me for having shit rolls.
Who
It's
are
been
our
more than
last
2
two?
months.
It's been real bad the last 2 months. That's what I remember.
The last 2 are Evelyn from Britain and Bergman from Germany. Alfredo, what did
Oh,
you say?
mm.
Something about Templar?
I said, yeah, if I could suggest something to fill these last 40 minutes, Templar did mention about the group having a chat over drinks later that day. So if you wanted just something like in character to fill the time,
Down
I
to
don't know,
one.
not sure if you'd add anything else to fill it with.
I have things to fill with. Very
In-
specifically, the fact that people have been forgotten.
We can.
True.
Here's what I'll do. All right. I'll reveal to you the tea. This is like, I guess it's a little bit of meta knowledge, but it's just so we can like all get on the same page here. DeLeon will influence the next two, which is why she had to be in the middle. She will make the next two significantly easier or significantly harder, depending on how this went.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh, I already know.
So
The British aren't going to want to fuck with us anymore because we allied with the French.
Lamau.
Historical L.
I'm telling you, bro,
Historical shit.
generational beef. Like, this shit is cross.
Bro, it's even worse. They're
cross
fucking
centuries.
royals. They definitely don't like the French. Even though most of them are
Cross-century,
French, funnily enough.
Yeah, that's fam actually.
Shout out to my Normans. I say we can, if people really want to have them, we can have them be a side session. But I will just say that they are, you don't need to do them. Canonically, Domino Squad doesn't host them. DeLeon just tells you, I'll take care of it. Unless we later want to have a side session and actually do those, I have them ready. It's not like I don't have the material ready. It's just we don't have time for it.
Yeah, for me, my vote in interest of forward movement within the story, I'm down with it being like happening in the background.
Yeah. So
I'd agree.
Yeah.
with that in mind, the teams come back to the briefing room. Just paying in here. Bing.
Tommy's made our group chat's avatar Veil as a dog.
I adore that. Vale is a sad dog too.
Mhm.
It's the best part.
Got those
Teams.
puppy dog eyes and everything.
Y'all are
Pitiful.
evil.
Team comes back. Templar
What are you gonna
is
do about it? Hmm? You can move on.
noted. Templar's out in the hallway. You see her discussing with DeLeon something as you guys kind of all just make your way back. She clicks on her HUD, just tells you, go in the briefing room. I'll be there in a sec. Everyone files in, is situated again. A few minutes later, Templar enters, takes her seat at the head of the table. Seems the general will try and work on our behalf with the other two counselors. I managed to pick her ear for some more intelligence on Mountbatten, but she offered that she would take care of it herself. Seems you swayed her.
I see this as an absolute win, actually.
Yeah, well done.
Oh,
We
God.
can still have the meetings ourselves if we want to double down and ensure that the right things are said, but
No.
if we want to leave it in the hands of DeLeon, we already have comfortably 4 out of the 7 votes. Unless something were to drastically sway the votes against us, I think we have this secured.
But
Well-
as fun as it would be to do this again, I am not a politician.
Could have fooled me. You did pretty well in there. I think we all did.
All of you have done outstanding so far. I have nothing but good things to
Very well
say.
done.
Very well done. Milo,
Ugh.
you have a very grounded approach to how you talk to people.
Well,
Dare one say hopeful.
thank you.
I might even go as far as to say inspiring in how hopeful it is.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
You should remember these tactics if you ever find yourself in a position of leadership.
Milo leading his own
Sure.
war band does sound fascinating. Feel like they would spend most of their time lifting heavy things than getting anything done.
Milo looks at Cyrus for a split second before looking back and nodding with a smile. Yeah, I'm sure I could keep that on board.
Well, we've done our drills, we've done our trainings for the day, so does anyone have anything to report? They've believe should be on our docket for our objectives in Moscow. Finding the Aphytos, combating its replica, ensuring that our own personal assignments and personal quests are progressing in a productive way that doesn't get anyone arrested or deported or killed. Anything to share?
Might be an idea to try and get the Ritsars involved in the Aslan project.
Agree. And we'll talk to Barrier, see where he lies in this.
You did
I
kind
can
of just
look at
toss
that
that
if
in
you'd
there.
like.
I would
That was a
love to be a part of
crazy confirmation from you, though. Yeah, he points at it, pulls off.
It's a gamble,
Oh,
though not an incorrect one. If the Ritsars he has in mind are myself and gestures to Tommy. Technically, he is right
I
in
mean, yeah,
saying
we are.
Ritsars, plural, are interested.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Same thing with if we get Voxen and a few of his men on board, technically we have the Russian military side.
I do love technicalities.
You'll find that most of politics is just people poking at each other's technicalities until someone caves.
Bam. I do have an inquiry. Canonically,
I have an answer.
when would the next calling for us to assemble be? Will we have some days off is what I'm asking.
Let me go check the calendar.
Dun, dun.
Also, when did my fucked up dream happen?
Last
Was
night.
it this morning or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Great.
Oh, that would have
Then it's
happened
now.
actually, I think Sunday. Yeah, Sunday morning, because then you guys went on patrol. So it would have been yesterday. Yeah, literally yesterday.
Gotcha. Wait, okay, so did anything happen from the patrol?
Oh, you went to Christmas Street. It was no longer Christmas Street because Christmas is over. It's just that street. Went to that cafe he was at and saw nothing wrong. No one there reported anything. The camera footage does not have anything from Christmas that shows Kingsley in it.
Would I have been able to investigate where I knew his room was and whatnot?
Kingsley's room was on the second floor with Easy. When you go to his room, you find Ironside. Greets you wholeheartedly. Hey! What's going on?
Hey, mind if I check out your room real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Also, I don't know if you're one of all the players right now.
No,
Sorry.
no, we
I
can
didn't mean to
move it.
jump in on that.
Yeah, no. It's just a little dialogue bit. Snoop around his room. You can make an investigation check.
Woo. Okay. What were you looking at my fucking bio and info for?
Would you like to know?
I would like to know. Investigation. Oh, what?
Let's go.
I'll just roll this preemptively.
He's crazy with it.
Fuck yeah. I'm on it. No, I'm like, I'm not fucking crazy.
Is that your first nat 20 of the session?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe 100?
I haven't rolled at all.
Oh, I need to.
Dog,
Okay,
let's
okay.
go. Dog.
Dog, let's go.
Dog,
Talking dog, let's go.
No. All of your allies within 30 feet of you gain temp HP. I'll
Hell yeah, I love that for Ironside.
allow that. Ironside's just like, it's like, yeah, someone's going to check out my
extra
room.
good.
You know, hanging out with Tony. I remember you when you were
Hey.
this big. No.
I know, right? Yeah.
Glitch trying to do important investigation stuff. Oh, you grew up so much. Look at you.
No, he totally engaged with him like that. Yeah, for sure.
God, I die and suddenly the world is coming together and this union. You're like big. Shit's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Death him, alright?
I kind of feel like Jesus, you know, like I died and suddenly everyone,
Right.
you know, like came together type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I died for their sins,
I mean-
kind of.
I mean, he did come back and immediately give people gifts, so.
You know what? He looks up to the sky. All Father, I am the second coming.
Damn, I didn't know the Norris had their own Jesus.
Odin
That's a
also
complicated
was impaled upon a tree for knowledge. Alright? I gained the wisdom of... He thinks on that for a while. What wisdom did he learn?
The goddess of hell is sick. What?
Yeah, I gained the wisdom that death is actually pretty cool. Well, not the dying part, but the goddess of death is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Would not recommend the dying part.
That's, yeah. I wouldn't either.
Can you introduce me to her?
I've met her. She gave me ice cream. What do you mean?
Yeah, you can hold on to that, and I'll say like, you can activate that whenever you want. It's
How much do we get?
44 plus 4.
Holy moly.
Holy fuck.
At any point?
I mean, yeah, you have one use of it.
Write that down, log that.
Mm-hmm.
Say as an action. Your nat 20 investigation check. You find clothes that definitely don't fit Ironside. Ironside has very few things of his own in this room. It almost looks like, yeah, someone else was in this room before him, and Ironside's just kind of in here now, using what's there, and you see a few things have been packed up in a box, like a few things have been moved out, or are about to be moved out or thrown out even. He doesn't pay it any mind, but it is something that stands out to you.
Right. Okay. T. He probably inquired about that, but like, hey, do you know who this belonged to? Oh.
No. Someone else in this room before me, maybe?
Right.
I know this is a safe house and everything, but maybe it was just outfitted. It looked like some of the stuff was used when I got here.
Right. The box, can I go through it? No?
Yeah, it's not. I was just gonna put it in storage.
But. We'll go through the box. I'm still chatting with him the entire time, by the
Mhm.
way. He's maintaining both the conversation and investigating.
Looking through the box, it's a few miscellaneous objects, and like you can't even call them personal effects because it's like standard shit that would be in a room, like a Bible, some like bath and personal health products, some clothes again that don't fit him. It would be a series of things that are like belong to somebody, but don't necessarily belong in this room. Mostly male products, from you could tell, like shaving cream and shit like that.
Gotcha.
Male clothes.
Anything personal? Anything that's like modified or has any kind like the Bible? Does it like if you were to like look through it, is there any notes or anything within it?
There are a few pages that have some highlighted passages. I will not read you out a whole passage, but
That's okay.
yeah, someone
Really
also
good.
was using this Bible, and you can assume it
Right.
wasn't Ironside.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, he'll collect those things and be like, hey, mind if I take this? I can take it to storage for you if you don't mind.
Oh, bet, yeah. Good looks.
Yeah, of course. So we should hang out. It'd be good to catch up with you.
Hell yeah. Will we have, like, other people there?
We
Always good to
could.
alcohol.
Whatever fits the mood.
Always down to catch up with people. Feels like there's a lot of shit I missed. Like,
Next time we go out, you're coming along.
hell yeah.
Dab them up.
Dabs on it for sure. Yeah. Yeah, you could take those things with you. A box of miscellaneous personal effects with question mark owner.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's, like, going through, as he's, like, walking away with this stuff, and, like, he has HUD on going through this stuff. He's gonna message both Raven and, Templar about, like, who was in this room prior, who was assigned this room.
Sorry, say it one more time.
Who was assigned to this room prior to Ironside.
Asking Raven.
Mm-hmm.
Raven shoots back a message. No one? Question mark.
Is just showing him feed from the room and the clothing and the Bible with highlights and whatnot. This is recent stuff.
You think it's your missing Kingsley man?
It matches his body type. Clothes would fit. He was, I think, on the religious side.
Bring them to the embassy. We'll try running DNA. See if we find anything.
Can do. I'm gonna do that.
The investigations would find DNA for a male that is on no database. It's human DNA. It is male DNA, but no database has it logged. It's as if you were registering a new person for the first time, a new baby. It doesn't really stump that many people, but it does just beg the question of whose clothes are these?
Mhm.
What person was born and never put in, like their blood never put into any database? Like they would have to been born outside of a hospital. Like all the scientists are really like, all right, well, yeah, born not in a hospital, never logged, no birth certificate likely, because you would have to get a DNA test. You have a ghost, someone who's not registered in anything.
was taken out of everything.
They don't. Everyone in the embassy would just be like, well, that would be impressive. That'd be some expert level net running to delete all of that from every database, especially with the Ravens watch. Unless the Ravens did
Agreed.
it. That would be more believable, but why would they?
That is a good question. I think kind of bringing it back to the group as a whole for things to do, unless people are wanting like party or some shit for celebrating success with Dilla.
Well, I was going to ask regarding if we had downtime or not.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have. I need to review some of my notes real quick before I give an answer to that. But, yeah, Tommy could come to the team with that, and then if he wants to bring that up, he can bring it up. Let me look at
Because essentially what
classified to do that. Okay, that's not classified information.
essentially what I was trying to figure out, Sam, is maybe if my goal of what I wanted to do on the weekend, it can then be brought up to the group as a thing that we do real quick. That's essentially why I'm inquiring. Otherwise, a side session to occur.
There's a few things they do want to do as well. So I think that might fit in with what I'm aiming to do though. Okay. I'm gonna move the ambassadorship vote to the 14th, unless I put that somewhere in the calendar already. And you guys have not a week of downtime, but you have a week of miscellaneous work. So you have to stay in Moscow unless there is something that the team comes together to do outside of Moscow that's like, operation relevant. You guys have the 3 operations you should be putting progress towards, which are secure an alliance with the Ritsars, locate the Phytos, unravel Atrepica. Those are the 3 Bermuda operations that are being conducted. You can propose other things for the team to do that is relevant or urgent. Urgency does take priority. Let's just say you have a week. You have a week before the next thing I want to throw at you. One thing when you guys come to sit down that Templar brings up immediately, though, is she looks to Koba. And yeah. You should contact someone in the Zaki. We should try and start slowing things down on their side. You could tell them that the vote will pass if they stand down from Cairo. If they're willing to give that ceasefire, at least until things are finalized with the UN, if nothing else.
That's a really hard sell.
It doesn't have to be something they act upon, it just needs to be something that gives them pause, buys us a bit more time. Okay. But if you can make a strong enough argument to someone there that you think can make things happen, do so.
He just turns to Cordelia. His main means of contacting the Zaki.
Blink, blink.
I guess that, or I gotta try and figure out a better way to get consistent contact within the Zaki. You know what? I have an idea.
I will help you with whatever you need.
Lovely. Alright, yeah, so then I guess, Sam, in this case, so the thing I wanted to do on the weekend then, is that still a side session to occur, or is this moving instead?
I think we can do that in main session. If you want that to be a main session thing, I think we can. That'll be fine.
Well,
I
then
don't
Kobo
think
will
we have
say,
time for that today, but
yeah, no,
Yeah,
not
but at
today.
least-
Kobo will just bring,
bring it up.
Kobo will bring
Main
it
session.
up today.
If any,
Yeah,
you can bring it up today, and if we can get that done in a side session with anyone who wants to do it, we'll do so. But if just for whatever reason time doesn't allow, we can put that in the next main session. Get that moving. But definitely is a thing I want to do as well.
All right, in that case, Kobo will clap his hands. All right. So, who wants to go to Nigeria?
Fuck it, why not?
This is my hand.
Absolutely.
I should not bury the lead here. We are grave robbing.
Still keeps his hand up.
I suppose
Yeah,
that is a
Miko
bit,
raises
her hand.
it's a bit more important. Why? Why?
I intend to collect power.
The man makes a compelling point. We're going.
All right.
Less knowing Breeze, I wouldn't be surprised if we run into her as well.
Be nice
Oh,
to meet her in
no.
person.
I could toss her a burner and maybe have a better means of communicating with Tazaki. We'll see.
We can make this happen. We'll use the Tempest. Get ourselves to Nigeria. We'll approach from the south. Or from the west is probably better, from Cote d'Ivoire. Looking at Fulani. Fulani nods along. Okay. Drop into Cote d'Ivoire, move from there. I could do that. You know how long this operation is going to take? Shouldn't take longer than a night to rob a grave, presuming we know where it is. Do we?
I've been told the location, not like a specific point, but the area.
Squints. Try and narrow that down if you can. Last thing we want is for a squad of Bermuda agents to be caught out in the middle of Zaki-controlled territory.
Turns to Cordelia once again.
You two got like a secret code going on or something?
Oh no, she's just my phone in this instance.
She's your phone.
You've mastered sending, I presume.
Hold up. You mean you could have just been sending messages to and from, to and across the globe this whole time?
Cordelia.
Huh?
I've been talking to you, babe.
You have?
Yes.
Yes.
I literally did not fucking realize that. I'm so fucking sorry.
Welcome.
It's okay. It's nearly over now. Final
We're almost
stretch.
done. Final stretch.
Oh. No,
Uh,
I came into this disassociating hard. I genuinely had no realization.
Okay.
You are good. Templar is saying we need to narrow down where the grave is, and Koba is looking to her.
For communication.
For communication?
The message or whatever cantrip or whatever spell she knows.
For sending.
They've been
Oh,
using to
sending.
communicate.
Yes.
Templar asked, you've mastered the Temple of Sending. Spell sending.
Yes.
Nod slowly.
Who am I asking this again?
Breeze. More specifically, have to ask around where specifically around Olumo Rock is power.
I will cast sending to Breeze. knock down that. And Cordelia will ask. Well, I guess she just knows it's me now, right? Like,
At this point,
the
I mean,
point.
you
the
have
target-
extra words. You can say, "Hey, Cordelia again."
the target of sending knows who is contacting.
Okay. She'll just be like, "Hey again, can you narrow down where around this rock Pawa's body is? Please and thank you."
A minute goes by. I can't count, but you would get a reply that gives you a more precise location.
She'll just write it down.
Coordinates, perhaps?
Cordelia will write it down as she hears it.
What did you say, Jeremy?
Coordinates, perhaps?
Coordinates. Yeah,
That's-
Breeze would definitely not
that's-
give coordinates. Yeah.
Yeah.
She'd give like almost purposefully vague directions, like a riddle.
Damn.
If you want coordinates, we should be talking to Lek.
Why aren't we talking to Lek?
Because that man is sleepy.
I don't give a shit. It's a thought.
He's also way less reckless than Breeze.
And? I'm not hearing compelling arguments as to why we should be speaking with this man.
Like, sure, we could also start this entire conversation chain over again with Lek,
No,
but
it's fine.
well, yeah, to make extraction easier, I only need a minute, and I can get us back to Moscow.
Oh, yes. You're so hot for that. Unfortunately, I don't want to leave Fulani alone.
I mean, Fulani could drop us off and then already head back to Moscow. He could be there. He could be half on the way there without us. Like
He doesn't
You
have
can
to be
bunk with me.
alone. I could stay with him. Morgan Hands. Milo too. The three of us could have so much fun together.
Milo cranes his neck at her.
Fulani looks at Milo and then Morgan. I'll take the company. I'll probably stick around until I made sure you're extracted, though, in case you need emergency exfil. But it works. It's a block up, so it's not like we had to put anything on the books either. It's just getting it out.
Do they have like, elephants and shit in Nigeria?
why?
Well, I don't know, I've just never seen an elephant before. I always thought they were kind of cool.
I think we could go to the zoo, dude.
Never been to the zoo.
But we can go to the zoo.
I think Moscow has a zoo.
Yeah.
We've never
Yeah,
been
but it's not the same.
to the zoo.
I've also never been to a zoo.
Okay.
I
So
wanna
we're
go to
doing
zoo.
How
Zoo
many of us
after
here have never been to a zoo? Templar, raise his hand.
Yeah.
Hobo raises hands.
I think
Raise his
everyone,
hand.
but potentially, probably Mika raises hand.
Fulani just
So we're going to the zoo.
looking at the room. Okay. So we're going to the zoo now then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if Moscow has elephants. Looking at Templar. No. But if we have plenty of other animals. I don't believe elephants do all that nicely in the hold.
There are indoor zoos.
I guess I've never roamed around Moscow long enough to find out. Maybe there is. Probably be
An
under.
animal shouldn't be indoors unless it's on the verge of extinction. It should be out free roam.
It does sound more natural, doesn't it? Well, we'll go see them, and if we feel that they need a exfil, we can certainly accomplish that.
The Moscow Zoo doesn't indeed have elephants.
Yeah, let's fucking go. Milo's gonna be so hyped.
Listen. I was also looking it
That's
up.
cute.
I'm like, no, surely they have
They also have
Surely.
giraffes.
the maned wolf. We're going.
The thing is, I think, they may just not be open in winter.
Or they have heaters that exist.
Sure, this is the future.
They probably have heated fucking spaces. Yeah.
Mhm.
You're telling me
Force
that
field
Blizzard
that shit.
Night? You're telling me that Blizzard Night isn't adjusting the weather for those in the animal residence zoo?
It probably would be. I mean, yeah, that is within her purview to do so. I'm like, could she just keep doing that? I'm like, no, she could keep doing that. That is her thing. Yeah.
They have axolotls?
We have to go.
Okay. So grave robbing is on our docket. Let's try and get that lined up sooner than later. Anything else to share?
Yes.
This is like the world's
Deadline.
most bucket list.
Deadline of that is before the mastership vote, because else what was the threat that Breeze put out?
Death.
Ah, yes.
Can't they be more original?
You know, exactly what I was thinking. Why not something like, I don't know, torture? At least make it interesting.
We don't really do torture.
Oh, how humane of you.
Oh, yes. How boring.
Two very different reactions.
I do have something to add to the docket.
Floor is yours.
Do any of you remember an Agent Kingsley?
Like, just like a TV show or something?
Yeah.
No, that's Kingsman.
Oh,
that's a
yes,
movie.
it is.
What?
It's una película. That's a series of movies, actually. Pretty good movies.
What am I thinking of?
The first one fucks.
My point exactly. No one here can recall a man named Kingsley.
It's like a butler or something?
Wait, sorry, are you saying there is currently an Agent Kingsley?
Leaning towards was, but a few nights ago, I had a dream about him disappearing. And I had memories regarding him being an agent on Easy Squad.
Oh shit. Did he get Tommied?
He got Tommy.
Huh?
Yeah.
What is it? What, is he like a new recruit or something?
No.
No, was. He's not here anymore.
Wait, hang
Got
on,
taken
wait.
by something.
Wait. I was talking to Despair the other day, and she was talking about how Insight has started, like, picking up on some things. Apparently, there was once, like, this top 10 Ritsar called the Silent Knight, and there's, like, kind of no records of him because he got, like, erased, but Insight Knight started picking up on that stuff. And then he also started picking up on a recent things again recently, but that was because of Tommy. But Tommy's back, but now he's starting to pick up on stuff again, and so Despair's been looking into it.
Would Tommy know of the Silent Night?
I mean,
It's
I
a
imagine
case
you
like
know
yours
of him.
where hearing his name just makes you remember all of a sudden.
Maybe.
Because he met him. I just don't know if he remembered what
I know.
happened.
I'm curious with Sam. Like, what would Tommy remember of that night?
Me would not remember him. The neuroware that he has, the 2.0, was given to his current, like, generation of
Right.
bodies.
That's
not,
why
not the
he
OGs.
remembers now.
Mhm.
He squints really heavily.
Profound sense of sadness enters you.
Yeah. Yeah, truly.
There's definitely like a spiritual, like, unsettled feeling that creeps into your body.
And Insight might be who I go talk to next. But regardless, if that's the same thing or if something new is around, I believe there's something that's taking people and making the world forget them. So, assistance in potentially finding that man, though I think his chances at this point might be slim.
Would this
Figuring out
be
what might be causing it might be helpful.
Terrifying.
would this
Yeah.
be an incognito hazard?
Yeah, I think that'd be the best way to describe it.
It was funny. It was funny. Poorly timed, but funny.
I wasn't joking.
Oh.
That was a real question.
I mean, I maintain my point, but
No,
I'm using that later.
we would still categorize it as a cognito hazard, because whatever it is that's applying its influence, it is doing in such a way that, well, once you know that it's done its thing, you're probably already gone. Whatever this thing is, or whoever it is, we can assume that once you've made contact with them or exposed them, you're next on the chopping list. Be very careful with any hints you might pick up or any leads you might follow.
Maybe we should go talk to the Insight Knight.
That's what I was thinking.
How
Potentially.
can we pursue something that erases, I guess, your existence?
I can't erase
The way you can't counter anything
my
that
memories.
erases, you create.
You'd have to make such a lasting impression in your final moments that it is unimaginable that something didn't occur where someone else was involved. Simply make it
Thing
impossible
is-
to justify that someone could have just not been there. There had to have been someone else there. Otherwise, whatever results of your action would not have come to pass.
Thing is, whatever it is, it doesn't work consistently, given the fact that I still remember, at least tangentially remember, the Silent Night. Whereas,
Well,
with
who's to say
this,
they're the same thing? It might be the same thing, it might not.
Be the
Why
same
do you remember?
kind of creature.
I assume it's a creature because my dream had Kingsley being pulled away.
The idea
Something
of
grabbed him.
multiple creatures of this is also equally bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
Why?
we can agree that there's not really a good version of this.
What do I remember?
Yeah. Why do you remember and we don't?
Neural aware.
So shouldn't everyone with neuralware still remember him? Or just your specific neuralware?
It's
I
Tommy's
think
specific
mine's
neural.
the more
Yeah.
advanced.
Does Mimic not also have that?
I did confirm with him he does recall. He just didn't know him as well.
I see.
Which means your nowhere can ignore such an aether break effect.
Seems to be the case. But, I mean, most memory altering effects do not work on me, if not any.
So it is known. Tommy, you can make an insight check.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, that one was a particular reveal for Templar.
What did she reveal?
My memory cannot be altered.
Ah,
Could be with advantage, maybe?
Yes, it can be.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Only
That's
two
crazy.
rolls of the session are both nat 20s.
I'll
you
take it.
can't keep getting away with
Listen,
this.
I deserve this shit. Roll 20's been a bitch to me.
The Templar you are talking to is not the same one from literally just a second ago. It is the soldier.
He...
You can see a
Soldier's here
very
now?
small tuft of hair turning white. She's examining you now.
He meets her gaze and just like nods in confirmation.
You might be a
Nods the
most...
acknowledgement of the shift.
You and Mimic would be a most potent weapon against this thing. If it does its effect over time, you can save us, and if it does it so in an instant, you can avenge us.
Just for reference, you're not allowed to kill anyone in this.
What?
Huh?
Just thought I'd make it clear. He leans back in his
Why?
chair.
Why the fuck would I kill anyone?
He's not
He's
talking
good.
to you.
He's looking at Templar.
Well, I mean, Bulldog didn't read that switch. Excuse you, where's your insight, mister?
Oh, I didn't see.
Record scratch.
Mika raises her hand, saying, "This time, when we capture somebody, can we leave them with me or Bulldog?"
What?
Huh?
What do you mean?
She's adding on to my thing. We didn't hear it. abort the mission.
Oh, record scratch.
Oh, sorry.
Scratch.
It was funny. It would have been funny if you'd have heard it.
I think you guys could also, I mean, if we're the ones who engaged, then I'm more than happy to work with Mimic on that. But potentially looking into lore regarding this kind of event.
The next steps are to contact the Insight Knight. This is a matter that should be left to the Inquisition.
When it's happening to our own team?
When
I
it's
guess a
happening,
concern.
an extraplanar or supernatural entity, a anomalous creature loose in the capital of Russia. The people who should be spearheading the operation should be the Rizas, though everyone here should pitch in where they can to help the investigation.
Yes. Quite alarming. Not knowing if I should be mourning someone. Like how we don't even know how many victims there has been. Especially if they're being active in a city like this, the population is large. And
That's my concern as well.
how can you even notice that people have started to go missing? If you don't know people.
Something gave me a dream regarding him. I don't know why I had that vision.
She lifts her hand, grabbing Tommy's chin very softly, just kind of moving his head around, inspecting his face. The Aether is talking through you. It wants you to know whatever's going on. That Kingsley's perhaps the one calling you through the Aether.
Can I try to see something, Sam?
Try to see something? with
I
your
want to try.
shadows.
Yeah, I'm trying to see souls. I want to see if I can see it.
Ooh, wait, that's fun.
Make me a wisdom check.
Raw wisdom.
I was gonna say
Ooh,
DC
okay.
20.
Cute.
That's pretty good.
That's
You see Templar examining Tommy, kind of scanning his face, scanning his eyes. You see this gold, or not gold, this white and green shimmer in her eyes. You decide to take a peek for yourself, see if there's anything you can sense. Enter that methodical breathing. When slow breath in, slow breath out. Feel your shadows, like you're wearing these very soft, wavy, flowy clothes in the wind, and they're extending, getting more blown out, wider and wider and wider, stretching as they encompass Tommy. You feel all of these loose threads, where you are extending like cloths, almost like, like a towel or just very flowy robe. You feel threads, very small, tiny threads wrapping around Tommy, pulling at him in every which direction, but you see him relatively unaffected. You see him unbothered, as if the threads being pulled or woven are not really affecting him in any way that he can notice. But they're there. Spider threads. Silk threads. Beyond, you can't see where the threads lead, but you feel that each individual thread is separate. They're not connecting to one source. There's multiple things pulling at Tommy's soul. And then as you release your long exhale, you feel all of your shadows return to you. All within 6 seconds.
Whoa. Have fun with that knowledge. How fucked am I? How woven am I?
Like, can I make a check to determine what the fuck did I just see?
Make an Arcana check.
You know who might be a solid person to talk to about this later, low-key?
Hey.
Morgan.
Arcana. You cannot discern what that means beyond what you currently know.
And Cole's gonna keep that one to himself for now.
Wise.
There's some external entity or entities, from what you could gather, that are trying to manipulate Tommy's soul, but again, you see him unaffected, so whatever manipulation they're trying to do to him, it's not taking effect, clearly.
Yeah.
That, or it is so subtle that even... It is so subtle that you, with your current baby eyes, cannot determine what effect it has on him.
Uh-huh.
No, anti-magic. I'm just that good. Tommy responding to her would go, I mean, if they're calling out, I'm listening. If it's the Aether or Kingsley.
He smiles. That it's a prideful smile. Like, she liked hearing that from him. Your connection to the Aether is getting stronger.
Maybe with time we'll keep developing.
Let's go to space.
I'll meditate on it. I think talking to Insight would be good.
What does Mika want to say?
Mika sits up in her chair and says, I've been getting a lot of foreboding dreams about negative things happening in the near future, and I feel like we don't know enough about Etch Replica, and the longer we leave it a mystery, the more likely I think Yorica, my cousin, or some more mysterious things are going to keep happening because we have no idea what's going on.
You have a proposal for how we might get to the bottom of our operation?
I have a few ideas.
Well,
She looks down. Well, there's the temple.
a fortitude?
She nods.
What about the
What about it?
There's apparently a weapon there that I would like to retrieve, but also there might be. How can I put this? There's a very important ritual there that, if I could obtain it, might make this whole thing a lot easier with the demons.
a ritual to combat demons?
Yes,
You believe that is housed in the Temple of Fortitude? How did you get this information?
she reaches to her hip and places her sword on the table and just like looks at it and says, "Well, a god told me, I guess."
And this ritual that is being used to counteract demons, you don't believe the Rizas are employing it?
She
If it is in that
leans
temple,
back.
would they not also be aware of this ritual's existence and utility?
Well, why aren't they using the weapon against the vampire?
Who says they aren't?
Maybe they don't know it's there.
If you want to take a walk around the Temple of Fortitude and propose this,
I
Yeah,
gotta
good
ask,
idea.
what kind of dreams were they? Like, what were you doing?
Why are you so curious about my dreams?
You said they were foreboding. What kind of things were happening that were making them foreboding?
Um, well, it's more of like a general trend. I have been given a prophecy that um, Yorica is going to be kidnapped. And then just recently, in that dream, I also got another prophecy where it's like, oh my god, uh, I'm not in my computer. Can somebody copy and paste the prophecy?
the poems,
The poems, yeah. It's the verbatim, but I am a stupid human player.
The abyss has monsters being housed.
Is that the prophecy? Is that all of it?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I guess Spider could refer to Etch Replica. It could refer to the Spider Clan. What's your guess? What's your guess?
I'm uncertain. The Spider Clan seems to be willing to work with us, and I think their heir is more trustworthy than their leader currently.
If
I don't think
Yeah.
it's judging by Insight's previous reading. I don't think it's the Spider Clan we need to worry about.
I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Yeah, it is concerning information.
Templar pull up her HUD and look at the calendar, and then puts the moon phases overlaying over the calendar. Next week would be our next new moon. If this is a warning, it's important from your god. Do we have reason? Do you know if the name applies to the dates it might occur on? If we should be expecting trouble on the next new moon and full moon?
I would expect so.
Sorry, stupid out of character question. Has Mika ever attempted, or is it possible for Mika to use Willow to try and contact her gods, or is that not
Well,
capable of happening?
out of character, Mika could do that and kind of did do that, but like the point is for it to be obscure and for Mika to not know. As far as I'm aware, otherwise they would just give her a straight answer.
Oh, I know, but like, I mean, surely you could speak to them to try and get some more contact clues. I mean, that's what Milo does. They don't always give him what he wants, but they give him something.
Willow can use the commune spell as a ritual. It's special to her. The god can always choose to not answer. As Loki before was like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to talk to her.
I can also use commune.
That would be more targeted. The god has to answer, I think, 3 questions that are yes or no. Where with Willow, they don't have to answer, but you do get more of an opportunity to talk to them directly. Commune would get you more locked in answers, though, if you use that spell through Cordelia.
Maybe we could use Cordelia then. She might be able to get whichever one of your gods that it is that you're following this week to give you a proper answer.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're afraid Etch Replica is going to cause us trouble. We have these warnings. We should definitely be preparing for something, at least, around the next new moon and full moon. If you think this weapon and ritual is useful in our endeavors, you and Tommy can go visit the temple, see if someone there is going to give you the time of day. I don't believe there's much to work with yet. If you can give me more conclusive evidence for where this comes from, I'll apply some pressure. But until then, try and get more precise answers.
Well, I have another reason for wanting to retrieve it. Specifically from the Reetsars.
The ritual or this
Squints.
weapon?
The ritual.
What is that?
The Spider Clan means to not allow other people to have it. So, if possible, I would like it to keep it out of their hands.
Are you implying that they're planning on stealing it somehow?
Yes.
I wish them luck on trying.
Mika shakes her head and says, I don't know how they plan on stealing it exactly.
Just
Well,
to
if you do,
double check
let us know.
meta real quick. Did Hiroshi say he was planning on taking the ritual? I think he said he already had the ritual.
More that he didn't want them to have it. Not that he did. They want they want to steal it from them to learn it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is-
Mika's
What are you
Mika's
wanting?
playing both sides right now. By the way,
Yeah. I was double checking.
Very-
Yeah, okay.
I see. You're lying to us.
yeah, partially.
Bitch. Well,
Our
Tommy
own
said what he said.
teammates.
Tommy's on the I hope they try energy.
Truly, I wish.
To be fair, it'd be great. It'd be giving us all an excuse to beat their asses.
It would be the stupidest thing they could think of, and would cause us tenuous amounts of problems with the samurai. But she shrugs. Good luck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think if it's where it's at and secure, that's fine. We can inquire about it, see what's going on. If that's being used or not.
I was going to ask add a character question. I think it's best saved for this session.
Sorry, I'm trying to make sure everyone actually gets like a path forward. Yes, if you can get me more. If you could tell me what it is that this ritual does and why it is so important, then I'd be willing to apply pressure to the Ritsas and inquiring more about its whereabouts.
Sure. Mika brings up a paper book, which she opens. Which Mika keeps her notes in. Hold on, I have to go to B stuff so I can remember the ritual. Okay. Basically, it's about like sealing, and I would suppose unsealing, the binding between spirits and people. So, like, I could hypothetically put a powerful spirit in somebody, but also hypothetically remove one. And she looks at Morgan, like her.
Oh.
But I have.
I don't think
It's both. It's useful for both.
Tommy, that was spoken at dinner, right?
That was spoken at dinner, yeah. Tell me.
Okay, cool. That's why Tommy said oh, because they clicked in his brain what the exact ritual she was talking about.
People are squinting at Mika. And you're going to use this ritual. Why does your god want you to have this ritual?
I think for a few reasons. The Spider Clan are the only ones who possess it, other than me. Or other than me if I did possess it.
To give you some edge
I believe.
over your rivals.
I also believe Tsukuyomi means to make Japan more powerful against the vampire, which I think would just be a very large boon in the upcoming war.
Oops, I cast my spell.
I think also it would be useful in fighting the demons we're about to engage with.
If Cordelia wants to.
There's a possibility, I'm not 100% sure of it, but maybe we can use it against Aslan as well.
Seal him. That would be interesting.
But because I don't know enough information or have the spell, I can't, like, for certain tell you. That's why I need to know.
Would Tommy know if despair is like kind of in this realm, like her magic is in this realm, or no? Probably not.
Yeah,
with her disciple information.
Despair and Alexander, or Breach, those two definitely have magic that would be relating to this. I think
Similar to this? Okay.
Yeah. Rift Knight and Breach Knight would be two people that definitely have magic like this. Like, you know for a fact that they have some amount of sealing magic abilities. To what scale is kind of dependent on how much time they have to set up a ritual. You've definitely seen Rift Knight seal elementals before, or like Fae that have strung.
Yeah,
before.
absolutely. I mean, we have a Whopper,
Yeah.
literally in the room.
Yeah, and you have Alexander who has gone into the Fey Wilds and just yoink shit for himself.
I've definitely gone on random ass adventures with that man, 100%. He's gonna look at Unitori a bit, like studying her a bit more. We can talk later. I'd like to learn more about what this ritual is more specifically. I might know people who we can go to specifically about it. Might know of it, or know where to look.
She nods. Her eyes lingered on Templar for a moment longer than maybe she wanted
Oh,
them
you're not
to.
subtle. No. You got. Don't expose yourself.
But,
she's
she
just
nods-
eyeing
nods,
Mika down. It's not like a very intense stare, but it's a very like muted glare, like a very knowing glare that she's just like, studying Mika with.
But there's also personal reasons I want it as well, obviously. Not all noble endeavor.
You do surprise us.
Looks to Tommy. Make sure that she doesn't get herself deported, and inquire about this ritual. If it is useful and not already in use, that would be surprising. But if that is the case, any advantage we can get over our enemies is an advantage we should have.
My thought process exactly.
What about this weapon, though?
Yes, you have no details for this weapon, right? No descriptor or history?
Not really. Just that it's... They said it's deep in the temple, right? Out of character.
It is in Moscow, under a temple, guarded by honor-bound warriors.
Mika repeats that verbatim.
She blinks a little bit at that. Okay, well... Temple could be anywhere, but I would assume the logical place to check first is the Temple of Fortitude. Start your search there. See what you can uncover. If there's any threads to pull out and leads to follow, that should be the first place you investigate. After that, we can reconvene and see where we should step next.
Yes, ma'am.
Mika nods. Yes, ma'am.
Alfredo, you said you had a meta question. Do you want to save for next session? Do you want to ask it now?
Well, it was more so. Well, it's a very broad set of questions, more really. Basically, just like I was going to ask with Etch Replica, is it? I know that we're capable of communicating with. I remember last time we tried, it was like the average foot runt soldier, which is kind of like a raving lunatic, if I'm remembering correctly.
They're cultists. Yeah, the cultists they're not feral, but they are pretty crazed. Like, you can assume if you approach them like you would approach a wild animal, you might be able to, like, mediate with them for a few seconds or maybe a minute or two. But if you approach them, casually, like they're a wild animal, they're going to react like a wild animal. They're going to defend their territory and attack you if you enter.
So, like, there any chance of like actually communicating with them and getting things out null and void?
No, it's possible. You remember from when you did the dungeon crawl to kill a Chadognitsia, you met cultists there that were speaking Russian. It was very like guttural, animalistic sounding, accented Russian, but it was Russian. So they have some amount of intelligence. They're not just like wild animals. They are still human, but like barely. Like barely human. Like 8 intelligence type shit.
Because has there actually been any attempt made to try and like establish a contact with the Queen?
Well, Mika can talk to them. We have had that happen in the past.
Yeah, they speak Arachnid, So anyone who can use like speak with animals can speak with them. If someone has the beast language from other features, they can speak with them.
Lol.
Lol.
The Arachnid Queen, no. I don't believe anyone in the party has sought her out or had an opportunity to communicate with her directly. I don't think anyone's used sending on her either. So, no one has talked to her. But you can assume it is possible. I mean, she spoke fluent English when you slammed the fuck out of her with your triple smite, so she knows English.
Because theoretically,
Crazy.
right, we know that there's like outposts. If Milo went into one, like managed to sneak away and went into one alone, and then like requested an audience with the Queen,
Yeah, he'd be dead
would
as
that
fuck.
like be something that could work?
I think he'd more soon be turned into a fucking arachnid monster.
It could work, assuming you can not be killed on sight and actually do or say something that would bait her out.
Well, what if you just wanted to talk to her?
No one knows who
Like
she
find
is.
out what
Yeah, if you
the
want to,
actual deal.
sending would be my meta recommendation. Or you don't know what she's up to, but some people do know a bit more. So I'd say you should start with that. And if you want to talk to her, you should probably figure out what she wants first. So I'd say if you want to figure out what she wants first, you should talk to some NPCs that have interacted with that replica closely, like some of the Ritsars, the Einhajar, Hyutaro and Yorika. You should, yeah. If you like, you can assume that she can be reasoned with, and there is something, because she was human, right? It's just that she was turned into this, or born this way. I would not say, I would not advise Milo or any character to just walk into a spider den and be like, Dormammu, I have come to bargain. That will not go well.
That will be walking into your own death.
Yeah, but if you came in and were like, Arachnophilia, I got the thing you want. All right, maybe everyone might shut the fuck up and like listen to you for a couple minutes.
Yeah, people have no respect for the art of talking nowadays. They'll just straight to action.
We don't need to talk. We just
Coming
need to
from
feed
you,
the
that's an
horde.
insane thing to say.
Bulldog being
Yeah,
like,
well, Milo wasn't born a monarch. He's just a guy.
what
You're
if I
gonna
just
call
want
yourself the queen of spiders. You should be willing to
He's
be.
just a guy who can do insane damage.
Milo's like, what
and
happened to just
radiant damage.
what happened to just popping a cold one with the boys? What happened to that? Like, what the fuck?
Wait,
What the fuck?
you're just a guy who smacked the ever living fuck out of her on
Yeah,
first
specifically.
on
Yeah.
first contact.
Yeah, and she was into it, so I'll have you know.
Was she?
She was into it. She did
Oh my
did think
God.
that was pretty cool.
She liked the quote up white boy.
Oh
He
god.
smacked it from behind.
Oh god, why would
I'm deceased.
Let's fucking end the session, man.
Okay.
Yeah, get us
It's
out
too
of
late.
here.
I'm saying things I'd never usually say.
Do you have any more questions?
Yeah. How do I do all those things that you said not to do? No.
Oh my God.
No. I was going to ask, like, with is it sending?
Yeah, send it.
With sending, who I know Cordelia has it. Does
Yeah.
anyone else have it? Oh, she doesn't
That's
have it.
I do have it.
Actually, Cyrus also has it.
I don't think people know that Cyrus has
Oh. Ooh,
Yeah.
Cyrus has it.
And he's not gonna say
Shay,
shit.
okay,
That's
my
forward.
only request is, Shay, please, I beg of you, please respond to the. I'm not going to take a respond anymore. We have much to discuss.
it.
I have no clue when that conversation is even taking place anymore. It's been too long.
I'm just assuming it's gonna take place whenever it ends.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'll get the information to Shay because I think he's dead to this
Yeah, I think
world.
he's dead to the world.
Yeah.
There's a few NPCs that have sending, like Breach, Nova.
Nova.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hear me out. Shay and Cyrus through Shay is the only one who's crazy enough to actually go along with what Milo's proposing.
I need a sense. Oh, well, remember, the sender needs to be familiar with the creature. So it needs to be someone who's actually been in a space with arachnophilia. Which would be
Cyrus it is.
Yeah, Cyrus, Cordelia. I think are the only ones.
Unless Apex got it.
Does not have sending.
I don't think Apex would be down for what Milo's proposing.
You know, if it was part of the hunt, if it's like let me bring arachnophilia out so we can jump her, Apex would be very down. But it's just a matter.
I mean, it could be. Milo just wants to know what the hell arachnophilia is and what her actual goals are, like beyond just the nebulous. Oh, we want the
What
world.
are your aspirations and dreams for the world?
You know,
Just like
what
I love that.
he mainly wants to learn and then put the question of like, okay, well, do you want the world to be intact when you hypothetically take it over? Yes. Well, then join today. And he just holds up like a poster.
Join the day.
I'll say.
Miles is out here just like, hang on, wait a minute. I swung on you, didn't ask any questions really. My bad. Yo, why are you doing this?
He said that was rude of me. Apologies. I must have lost my manners. Maybe it was.
Sorry.
I had a rough morning. Okay.
He's gonna be like, we both had lapses in judgment. I swung first without asking. You were attacking and enslaving an entire city. We both fucked up. Let's just start over here.
People make mistakes.
Everyone makes mistakes. I've had more than my share. It's okay, but I'm gonna repay.
I don't care that
Just
he's
does that
committed
dance. It's just
war
him doing that
crimes.
dance.
I think they're funny.
It's my favorite fucking thing.
All right.
Do
I'll
it
say
more.
for you, Alfredo, I had an RP suggestion, which is Milo and his dad. For the
Oh
text
God,
update.
yes. How long have I waited?
Yeah. So I think that might be a good place. You can get some of these questions in. I think your dad might be a good source. But I'll save that. I don't want to spoil too much. Just putting that out there.
I suspect you may be right there, Sam.
Any further questions or statements, or can we go to the awards?
Final question, Koth, is session on tomorrow?
Yeah. I've got
Yeah.
all my stuff set up pretty much.
Hell yeah. We're gonna go
No
fuck
more
up this
questions.
fucking golem or witch or both.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Awards! Let's start with any goals. Short-term, mid-term, or long-term goals.
First of all, MVP, Mika.
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah, explain that one.
I'm making a joke because she wasn't in the session.
Okay. I'm sorry. That shit went over my head crazy.
I assumed he was making a joke, but I was like, huh? It's the first thing.
You never know with me. You never know. I like keeping
It's
people.
so true.
Yeah, short-term, mid-term, long-term goals. Anything completed since our last session?
Absolutely not.
I think I don't have them up.
About to say there's no shot.
Nah, I think I did complete a midterm goal.
Which one?
I have to find them again.
People search for
they're all
that.
right.
Vices and virtues. Any vice or virtue attributed?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I didn't do anything.
Can I get fortitude? For managing to recover after getting turned into a fucking dog.
So real.
That is pretty fortuitous.
Okay, Mix. What?
I like that. I like that. Take your hero point.
Go.
Any other virtues?
Nope.
Vices.
Virtues, hope.
Hope.
That was a good speech.
That was a good
I
speech.
would agree.
That was pretty
I
solid.
would agree with
That's
that
pretty
one.
fucking good.
Yeah.
Take your hero point.
Many thanks.
Any vices?
Oh, I completed my short term.
No vices.
Of?
Last. No, I didn't do any vices.
I would have respected you there, B, if you just said that's for me to know and for you not
The,
to hear a point.
they
Give
go out with
me my
Tommy.
point, please.
They go out with Tommy, Tianlong, and Akihiko thing was last session, I believe.
The dinner? The family dinner?
Yeah,
That was one of our short term.
yeah.
That's inspiration die. Anyone else?
I haven't updated them.
Short term, mid term, long term goals. You should have at least 3 each. Going once. Going twice. Disciplines. I don't even know if you can ping him right now, can you?
I can. Hold on.
But off of the short interactions Mika did have, did Mika
That's
fulfill
yours
any
together?
of these 4? Well, she lied. It's definitely not honesty.
Yeah, nah.
No, not today.
No, not today. I'm not feeling any of these particularly strongly. I could see maybe a duty and loyalty argument, but nah.
Not today.
Awards.
Okay.
We had a lot of role play, a lot of roles. Some pretty standout moments. One of each, I think. Starting with our unluckiest player. They tried to do something with their character. They had a goal in mind. They made an effort, but unfortunately, fate was not on their side. A miscalculation, a misinformation, some shitty ass rolls. Who was our unluckiest player?
Oh god, I think there's
All of
several
us.
big candidates. I was going to say.
Can we just collectively get that as a group? The one.
just
I mean, I'm looking at Dogman over there, like.
Turned
I
into
am
a
also
dog.
looking at Bill.
2 natural wisdom saves.
Can we get 3 unluckiest players?
Honestly,
No,
Just
funny.
It was
Yeah.
I'd say
I vote
Vale just because of pure in-game effect.
Yeah. That shit was rough.
My man got rocked to his core. He turned into a dog.
Yeah.
He looked at me with so much. He looked so far down on me. I literally got turned into a bitch.
Yeah.
Bro lived every furry's dream.
Every furry.
Yeah?
Why would you say that?
Huh? I don't like that. Take that
Am I
back.
wrong? Am I
Take
wrong?
your hero point and let's move on.
Why are you
our
booing me? I'm
PO
right.
Boo! Boo!
Our PO
Why would you
award.
say something so brave yet so controversial?
So controversial. Which character had a stand-up performance, or which character played to their strengths, to their feats the most, that you feel deserves recognition?
Milo.
Hello.
Can I say cough for just battling through like
No.
disassociation the entire
No, don't give it to me. I'll reject it.
Heard.
Nah, Milo.
I thought Tommy was pretty good.
With all the 5 seconds I was there talking.
I mean, the stuff you did in terms of talking was very cool. You know, I mean, I'm sure Kingsley, from wherever hell he's been banished to, is thinking, you know what, I might be burning in hellfire, but this, I'm probably
You're
gonna
assuming
get
it's a
named.
demon. We don't know what the fuck kind of anomaly SBC bullshit this thing is.
But it's that's the intriguing part, isn't it?
Isn't that the fun part? Milo! Best role player! Take your view.
Thank you.
Last, but certainly not least. Without them, we would not be where we are. They truly moved the narrative, progressed the story, came through for the team. They were our most valuable player.
Key. I'm giving this to Jordan specifically.
But yes.
She was out here. She was out here from the peanut gallery, scraping up our points, suggesting. She was out here in the trenches, even though Tommy wasn't in the scene. I fucked with it heavy.
I appreciate that. I'm
Cham
full on
personally
shit. Y'all don't
checked
got
in
it.
on me mid-game. I want to give it to her on that alone.
See, I was going to give it to Shay for pure basis of giving me that nat 20. Thank you, baby boo, wherever you are. But I can be convinced to give it to Cham.
You don't gotta. I'm full on shit, guys. You don't gotta do this.
A real one. No, you're just out here looking out for us.
You are the
Listen,
most
I may not
valuable
have been in
player.
the fucking scene.
Listen, it's
I
for the player, alright? You're our most valuable player.
Ow.
You can choose to give it to an NPC of your choice if you're maxed out.
I would love to do that. Who do I give it to? Who do y'all recommend? I'm hearing
Kingsley,
all-
he needs it.
That's fucked up.
We were thinking the same thing.
The file type you search for does not
I'll
exist.
nip that in the bud. Yeah, unfortunately,
Damn
there is
it.
no creature named Kingsley to provide a hero point to.
Fuck!
But Tommy remembers him.
But I remember him.
This is bullshit. Anyway,
You remember a dream, a mirage, truly, an illusion.
No.
This is outrageous. Moving on.
You have
Can
a
you give it
very
to your little brother?
creative imagination.
I don't have. Oh, my Timo?
Yeah.
Aw. Even though that makes no sense scene wise. No, I'll give it to
matter.
Lancelot.
that's cute.
I like that.
My man was struggling. God
He was
damn.
trying his best.
Bro was also struggling.
His mom can always
Everyone was
tell.
trying.
Just getting shot down every time him here in this meeting. Why did you bring me if you were gonna just ignore
fuck?
everything I say?
Honestly, we're wondering the same thing.
Says something that's foolish, Lancelot. Why am I here?
Worst thing
Why
is,
did you bring me here?
worst thing is, one of us would say something, and she'd be like, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, very clever. He would then go like, yes, mother, I believe that. Shut up, you stupid boy. You know nothing.
It's like, you want me to put you in front of Aslan? Do you think I'm fucking stupid? All right.
Yeah, a bitch can't have ideas. Damn.
Fuck me. I'm literally a soldier, mom. I'm gonna fight the Vempri.
Yeah.
Sure you are, honey.
You can beat the
Stop me.
Vempri. Alright. The
It's like that
Vempri.
clip of, what do you call it? I'm not a little kid anymore, so stop. Just like.
Mom, I literally
Vision.
Thanks.
Her
I
POV looking at Lancelot, small boy, precious child.
I'm a soldier, mom.
Reality, a grown man.
Ma, I've taken down space bugs the size of fucking buildings. I've taken down worms that could eat entire ships. I've taken down a celestial. Don't question it. Listen, I can do this.
Just as flashbacks.
We're getting a
to
bit
him
more
killing-
loose with our term of taken down, huh?
Hey, don't question it. I think I can handle a lion.
You already
Mom.
have. I mean, what?
His
Who
mom
says that?
What?
That was
Crazy.
some very articulate wind. That actually crazy.
That was nuts.
Y'all heard that
his
wind,
mom
bro?
just
Y'all
gets
heard,
like hung up.
y'all heard how that wind was whistling? That articulate like that shit was crazy.
Crazy.
I think I deserve an extra hero point for holding myself back from half the French jokes.
Honorable mention.
Locked and ready to go.
Honorable mention.
Spike for existing.
Truly, where would we be without Spike?
The Brit chose not to be francophobic the entire session. Let's go.
Let's go. All right. That does it for today's session. Hunter Killer. We will pick up, maybe with some side sessions here and there, likely with just our session 2 weeks from now. Hope you all had fun. Hope you all had a good time. Thank y'all for watching. Bye, stream.
Bye, stream.
Bye, stream.
Bye.